sets of very relevant activities. We still have a significant number of resolutions to be considered, and if there is consensus, we may adopt resolutions that also have to do with the implementation and operation of the agreement. We will be receiving the report of the Committee for Support to Implementation and Compliance that has been accompanying us throughout all sessions. Members have been present, as should be, yes, but also within or carrying out an exchange that is very fruitful between this conference and a subsidiary body of this conference, which somehow is part of our mode of operation. And of course, we will end, hopefully on time, our activities at 5 p.m. And now we are
Pilares
Another of the pillars,
antes de nuestro acuerdo. Esta es una
it is the first part of our day, and it will be a session on access to environmental justice. For this, we have with us today Andrea Cerame, who's the Director of Climate in the Supreme Court of Justice of the nation of Mexico. He has followed this process, which is party to the agreement and of access to justice. He will be in charge of the moderation of this special session and that he will be presenting. Andrés. Thank you, Mr. Chair. For me, it's a pleasure to be here in this diverse position that we find in the room with such an important topic for the Escazú Agreement, access to justice in environmental matters. And in the Supreme Court of Mexico, where I collaborate, I'd like to take this opportunity to greet the Secretariat, Chile, and the countries that are here in the room, the representatives of the public, the enabling committee, the indigenous peoples and defenders that are here in this room today, and of course the audience that has joined us online, and diplomatic corps. We're going to try to make a panel that is agile so that we can enter this discussion on access to justice in environmental matters. This is one of the greatest challenges that we face in the region in order to have tools that actually challenge the legal system, and mostly in environmental matters with all the corresponding points of view, geographical, the difficulty of the topics themselves that intersect.
Y bueno, para eso el artículo 8 ofrece herramientas.
Article 8 is on the tools, specific tools that can be analyzed in the process and to be able to apply it with the access rights. And in the room, the representatives of the public mentioned, as well as the delegation of Mexico and human rights, the protocols. These are some of the topics that are normally treated in order to reach agreements. And these guidelines can be useful to help consolidate the capacities of the judiciaries in each country in order to resolve these environmental conflicts and to offer experiences and solutions that may shed some light on these conflicts. The Supreme Court of Mexico has prepared a protocol that may assist judiciary officials on how to deal with these matters, especially in light of the Escazú Agreement. We hope that the judiciary powers of the region may enter this conversation and to build these tools themselves, which may serve to strengthen the guarantee of access to justice in the region, which is what many countries share.
Señala el profesor argentino Néstor Caferata.
So Article 8 is a new due process in environmental matters. It is
Cultura jurídica que esperamos que pueda
a new change in the law. We have a panel on this matter with experts that will shed light on the practices, current practices, so that the public may also see how they can approach the judiciary and how to address these matters in the implementation of Escazú. We have Damaris Vargas, Vice President of the Supreme Court of Justice of Costa Rica, Jose Manuel Gutierrez Condo, Defender of the People of Peru, Marcos Usquiano, he is a park ranger and President of the Bolivian Association of Park Rangers, ABOLAC, and Ms. Esther Cuich Larroche, Director of the Multisectorial Regional Office of UNESCO in Santiago and representative of UNESCO in Chile. They will all help us better understand how to implement these matters. As we've seen in other sessions yesterday, I will be moderating. I will ask some questions that may serve to kick off the conversation. Each person has 10 minutes for their presentation. And after that, we will have a space for Q&A, dialogue, for whoever wishes to make comments, remarks, and their point of view. So with this brief introduction, I'd like to offer the floor to Mrs. Damaris Vargas, Vice President of the Supreme Court of Justice of Costa Rica. The Escazú Agreement seeks to find a way to guarantee due process. As a Vice President of the Supreme Court of Justice, what would you highlight on the agreement and how does it resonate with your country? How can the Escazú Agreement contribute to the solution?
En primer orden, muchas gracias al pueblo de...
First of all, I'd like to thank the people of Chile for greeting us and hosting us warmly. For Costa Rica, it's an honor to form part of this forum. As you know, Costa Rica has not ratified the Escazú Agreement. However, it is a country that respects human rights and all the international agreements that regulate everything that is contained in Escazú. These are all tools that are sufficient for us to continue working on this matter. We would like the corresponding authorities to make decisions in this regard, and I'd like to share with you that Costa Rica does not cross its arms. It takes advantage of the international rights agreements and takes measures on the implementation of the Escazú Agreement. There is an organization that the Judiciary Ibero-American Court understands. It addresses all countries of Ibero-American. It's Latin America, Spain, and Andorra. They are in favor of these rights to access to justice, participation of the public, access to information, and most of all, the protection of the defenders of human rights. How do we do this? There's a dialogue between courts of the different components of the judiciary sector, of being together, working together with a jurisprudence portal where most of the resolutions of the different countries are found, all the countries that form part of Latin America, where most of the decisions we make are linked. And we know that what is presented in our countries is quite similar. But a similar approach to this is what the OECD mentions, which is access to justice for people. Access to justice cannot be seen merely as a formal aspect. I believe the PowerPoint is not moving along. Okay, so access to justice has to be seen as something material because the different judiciary powers have tried to build a justice thinking from our perspective, which is the best way of thinking of how to offer the best solution to these. We have heard the citizens, we've heard the indigenous peoples, and we've heard the problems that they experience, and we've tried to find solutions. Solutions cannot be single or unique solutions. They need to be across the board in different peoples. So we try to find a way to support and strengthen our democracies. This is also inspired by the OECD, all the member states. It needs to be our guide. And this is where in Escazú we materialize much of what has been already signed in other agreements. So it basically offers the states a tool to fight impunity and to be able to guarantee the rights of the defenders. The statistics office shows us here at ECLAC that there is a 90% impunity in the countries of the region. It's quite serious. In the case of Costa Rica, we need to prepare for that. We have not ratified Escazú, as you well know. However, in the judiciary, we are preparing a protocol, not only for access to justice, but also to protect the defenders of human rights. This is essential. And binding, as I mentioned, international agreements of human rights are supra-constitutional. Why? Because human rights are not negotiated. Human rights are simply respected. In our statistics in our country, we cite 3 cases which could be linked to the defenders of human rights. 1 has been solved with a conviction, unfortunately, and 2 that are still under investigation. 1 is being appealed and 1 under investigation. They are indigenous peoples. And of course, there's precautionary measures applied, and the justice system is still investigating, but we need a quick solution, a timely solution. So the international agreements are showing us that that is the way to move forward.
The rights of the indigenous people in Costa Rica. We have Mr. Khalid Sai and provided a number of recommendations. These recommendations, as well as the experiences that have been held in the different countries and the protocols based on Escazú and based in other international agreements ratified by Costa Rica, have provided us the information of the different protocols. Likewise, the different protocols that we have had with Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, Colombia, with different countries such as Uruguay, Paraguay, and those that are represented here as well. And we are in exactly the same type of activity when accessing justice. And this has to be highlighted by creating the environmental policy and access to justice of the indigenous people in Costa Rica. We're not doing it from our tables. We're doing it in the 8 indigenous groups that are in 24 territories, and we are building it with them directly. because we cannot build anything that is not with the people that is going to receive this type of justice. This has to be real in their languages. It has to be not the traditional activities that nobody understands because of the technical language that we use, but rather it has to be an accessible language, a democratic language that can reach the people and that we guarantee that will respond to those different requirements. Basically, this is my participation related to the question asked, but I will be open for any questions you might have. Thank you very much, Mrs. Vargas. Thank you very much for presenting examples on how the courts can try to implement tools in the implementation of the Escazú agreement. What we heard is the protocol for access to justice, specifically for those that are the defenders, and the dialogue between the courts, where the courts, the judiciary in the different countries can share experiences on how they have approached a certain case or how a specific situation is occurring. It is in this sense that I would like to ask Mr. Jose Manuel Gutierrez Condor, defender of the people in Peru. The ombudsman also present a fundamental element in the constitutional rights of the countries. In the case of Peru, how does the ombudsman in Peru work with the access to justice? Which are the good practices that you would be able to talk about? Thank you very much, Dr. Serami. On behalf of the Ombudsman of Peru, I want to celebrate this third conference of the parties, the regional agreement to access information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental issues in Latin America and the Caribbean, and specifically the president and the presiding officers of this forum and ECLAC as well for hosting us and allowing us to be in this such important event. We yesterday were very pleased to hear how the official delegates of many countries were acknowledging active activities of the different ombudsmen in the different countries and the process of implementation to access information, participation, and justice in the environmental matters. And this also happens in our country. You probably understand that up to the year 2018, Peru has been very active in subscribing this agreement, and undoubtedly, and after the requests of the Ombudsman Office, there has been a very strong activity in ratifying this agreement. You all know that in our country we have tremendous conflicts at social level. Just to place this in a graph, during March 2024, we, according to our observatory that we have in the Ombudsman's office, 60% of conflicts are all related to environmental issues. Therefore, there is a need to strengthen the guarantee to access rights of participation in environmental matters, and of course, acknowledging the different processes. The office participates actively in the process. First is access to public information, where we already have legislation that allows us to request all type of information and to be presented on the deadlines that is established by standards, and it has to have support. Our country has also been moving forward in the previous consultation to the native communities and farmers and others of anything that might have an environmental impact. This is very important for the world, as in Peru a number of years ago. We started 2012. We started seeing the social empowerment of investment, and we were talking about due diligence also at entrepreneurial level, and how we can live and respect the ecosystem. The environmental impact studies should agree with the perspective of future that we might have. So along those lines, we as a supervising entity last year in 2023, we received 8 claims, and we have had to have established certain constitutional guarantee activities. We believe that anything that is related to these activities has to start with the conventional aspects. We are members and guarantors of this. Also, we need the basic element, which is the guarantee to rights of an individual or person, which is basically what the Ombudsman's Office is doing, and to protect it collectively. So it is in this sense that we have received 8 claims that have met our active participation, and also between May 2023 and April 2024, we have to provide the information that is vital information. We are going to respond the question now then. For those topics of how the Ombudsman's Office acts, we have active social participation to foster, together with the private sector, the mechanisms of study modification of environmental impact that I was saying will benefit the population, and that this means that there is a very good activity living together. We have had very good goals in the modification of environmental impact. In some cases, in Pasco for hundreds of years, it's a region that has really been contributing to pollution of minerals. Likewise, in Las Bambas, a new project, we have also had active participation, and we have been able to have a fourth modification of the study, always looking for harmonic well-being at environmental level. It is not only based on this, but through mandate in our country, there is a possibility to participate actively in the legal activities. We have amicus curiae that will support us in the courts. The exposure, and I would like to repeat myself, we always start from the conventional framework. We have treaties, agreements that allow us to use these tools at international level, but also the constitutional framework. We also, of course, will be confronting the executive, and this is requested by the ombudsman, the stakeholders, and together with the ombudsman's office, allows to receive favorable rulings that will consolidate a very healthy coexistence between the entrepreneurial activity and the participation of the people. There is the regulation done in their activities, as in our case, the Ministry of the Environment in their resolution 130, and I'm talking about 2024, when implementing all these activities that we call them facts in defending the rights of our people and our communities, our indigenous people. We should not forget that Peru is quite diverse and multi-ethnic, and we really respect the participation of our brethren in these areas. I know that today we have many of them here, so our commitment is quite vital. But we also, in the Amazonia, we are affected by the oil wells and hydrocarbons that are polluting the environment. And we are participating in the formal aspects and access to justice. It is very hard for some of these people, as they're very far from different cities. It is hard for them to work in this area. So it is our commitment not only defending justice as a basic factor, but also access. How do we have our APOS, our representatives, our communities be able to participate in these processes? And luckily, Up to date, we have heard very favorable rulings for the community, and all these are participating actively with the ombudsman. And to summarize, we have to establish challenges in the Ombudsman's office in environmental matters when accessing justice, even though legislation considers sanctions in certain areas of people that might be affecting the environment. We need this to be working in a subspecialty, if you wish. And this is how the Supreme Court understood it. There are different courts that are highly specialized in environmental aspects, but they have not moved forward. So we have to establish incentives. So this goes down to the three levels. And for all of the operators in the justice area, we need specialized police forces, specialized in environment, the prosecutor's office for environment, and we are on the path, but we're still needing to insist to not leave out these activities, as all this is justice as well. And while this works, we will be still implementing all these activities. It is the judiciary, the one that manages justice, and we need this task to work in all of the different courts. We have more than 40 high courts, and this subspecialty that I was mentioning is so important to be able to work in this. So the ombudsman's office that is participating in the different groups, and we want them to ratify and provide recommendations at jurisdictional level. They need to have the necessary space to be consolidated in all these areas. We then have to guarantee the strong institutional aspects of this area with the intercultural elements, and to make all processes and procedures faster, considering the possibility of non-reversible damage or risks that are affecting ecosystems. We should not forget that 75% of Peru is forest, and more than 69% is in the Amazon area. So that biodiversity is a very important obligation. It is along these lines that the Ombudsman Office participates actively. This is why we have incorporated two elements. The Congress of the Republic just approved it. It is a law of strengthening. And first, we need to have coverage, comprehensive coverage at throughout the country, and we have to have an approach of intercultural perspectives. It is useless if we have the institutional presence, but we do not involve the living participants, the living defenders of the human rights. It is inconceivable not to have people that are not working here, like the my colleague that was presenting on the first day here. It is not just about speaking a certain language, but rather to understand the cultural perspective of life itself, which is not what we are seeing in the approach and the surroundings of this type of coexistence. No, it is to understand how the behavior, especially the cultural process that our population has, can be focused in these areas. I am a minute to finish my presentation, and there has been a significant increase of attacks to the defenders of the environment. I'm talking about 2020, where we already had 20 deaths because of these attacks. In April, we had park keepers that were killed as well. In December, an indigenous leader, Mr. Neruman, was also murdered. So it is here where we need to not stop with impunity, and we will be finishing here. But in April this year, we have received very good news where after 10 years, the Sawet case was solved. It is a very important case where the international community has been really paying attention, because not to have done this would have meant impunity. And the Ombudsman Office really protested, because it was not possible that, given just a legal situation, then a ruling would not be considered. And now we have to say that this is a ruling that hopefully will be ready for its compliance.
Sólida. But without a solid system, it is very difficult to have a peaceful coexistence and so as to be able to interact with our indigenous people. Thank you for your patience, moderator, and I really tried to summarize what I wanted to bring to you. Thank you. Thank you, Ombudsman from Peru, Mr. Gutierrez. You have indeed given us many ideas on how the Ombudsman and the national human rights organizations can uh, put in a grain of sand in terms of environmental justice. We talked about access to justice and how organizations can help the victims of the violation of environmental issues. And we can also see how human rights organizations can be part of the conversation, even technical conversation, for example, the impact assessment, and even modify environmental impact. And finally, what is so important, you talked about prevention, that is trying to avoid these environmental attacks, focusing in the coexistence between cultures and in harmony with nature so as to prevent these conflicts. Thank you very much. And now I hand over to Marcos Usquiano from Bolivian Madidi National Park. Mr. Marcos, you are in one of the most biodiverse areas in the world, and you are watching out for the environmental defense. You have faced legal action against yourself for defending the environment. What is Escazú for you? What can state parties do to strengthen the forest guardians? Thank you. I wish to greet the Ombudsman from Bolivia and our delegation. I want to greet the representatives of indigenous people, and I also greet the forest rangers from Bolivia and from elsewhere. I come from the Amazons in Bolivia, from Marile Natural Park. I am also the vice chair of the organization for forest protection. Now, I do believe that it's very important to understand the importance of what we do in Bolivia. What is our role as forest rangers? And here, I'd like to tell you that in Bolivia, forest protection involves public servants, civil servants in protected areas as decreed by the state, but we are also people who come from the communities. I think that all of the protected areas in Bolivia have uh, forest rangers that are part of the local communities. We become guardians of the biodiversity of that protected area, but we are also natives from these territories. And this naturally makes us be committed to defending our Mother Earth, the environment, and everything involved in the biodiversity in Bolivia. Guardaparques, we are the living expression of the policies to preserve our territory. That is, we are the ones that bring down the implementation for policies that have to do with preservation of our natural resources. We implemented the policies at national levels, at the communities, and at the 23 protected areas in our territory. It's interesting to understand what is our status as guardaparques, forest rangers in Bolivia. Bolivia has made a lot of headway in recognizing the importance of the environmental defenders. And this is part of our constitution, and it is also uh, proof of that because we are a signatory of Escazú. So we do have a wide regulatory framework. What we do believe that is still missing and that has much to do still is how some legal, administrative, public authorities see this role. That is to protect and defend the writers of the environmental defenders and of foreign rangers. There was a recent case where the judiciary or the authorities did not clearly understand our role. And this is something that we'll have to look at later on. It's very important to understand that what's happening. Another thing has to do with the lack of security. Insecurity whereby we work in the environment in Bolivia. I must mention this, perhaps because of lack of understanding, lack of commitment on the part of some civil servants. What we notice is that we are not made safe, we are not followed, and we, forest rangers, have to be constantly watching out for our own integrity. Not only are we preserving the territory or the rivers and our land, but we're also preserving living culture, indigenous people who live in these communities. Only recently in Peru, we saw the murder of a forest ranger in doing his job. In Bolivia, this still has not happened. We have a long list of forest rangers who have died, but also, as I said, in the judiciary and the authorities just don't understand our importance. It is very key that under Escazú we will be able to disseminate, train, and do everything that is needed so that the authorities be trained and receive knowledge on how Escazú is to be applied and implemented in Bolivia. And talking about guardaparques, it's very important to say that we're not just talking about institutional support that should be provided by the state. We also must take a look at the working conditions whereby we work. What are the conditions with which we defend our national territory, heritage, not only for Bolivia, but for mankind as well? And it's important that this treaty should pay attention to improve these working conditions, to give the necessary guarantees that forest rangers need to actively and effectively defend this natural heritage. Bolivia has a national system of protected areas. There are 23 protected areas in the country. We have about 306 forest rangers at 24 protection executives, but only 30% of the staff is uh, under contract, and the remainder are workers who have different kind of contracts. When we talk about justice, we have to talk about this, how to give labor security for these persons who are not under contract, people who are doing such an important job for our biodiversity. This is an important issue that we will deal with in Bolivia and will probably be dealt with as appropriate. This is a case that I myself have faced together with another forest ranger, Mr. Santa Cruz, at the Madidi National Park. Last year, we made the accusation of an illegal entry of machinery. We made a public accusation in the social media uh, because our forest rangers had been threatened by a series of unlawful entry of heavy machinery. We were penalized for this, and it's very curious because our accusation under the Association of Protected Areas was denied, and the miners made an accusation against the forest rangers. So they themselves accused us in doing our jobs, and that was accepted by the judiciary. So we see that clearly uh, it's the world upside down. We should have been the ones to make the complaint against the unlawful mining, and the judiciaries are the ones that should receive that case. But quite the contrary is what happened here. We do believe, though, that it has been very important. The first act of justice that we've had with a favorable sentence. And that is a fact because otherwise I wouldn't have been able to be here in this conference. So this case is very important for us, Madidi, because it has made visible the importance and the role of forest defenders. I'm talking about active, decisive participation of civil society and the press and just about everyone. And here I'd like to emphasize the direct involvement of Ombudsman's office. And here I have the defender's presence, and he has been very helpful in this case. I also am very thankful the Vice President of Bolivia for his concern and for giving us the incentives to continue. And here we find a paradox when we wondered why we could not have a direct legal defense from our institution because we are a public institution to defend protected areas. And sadly, we found that legally there are limitations for direct intervention from our institution to defend our rangers because the case is said to be a private case. So we wonder when is the defense of the territory, the defense of life, the defense of protected areas has been considered as a private matter because this didn't happen in a private property. No, it didn't happen in a soccer field, for example. No, this took place in the camp of forest rangers in a protected area that is National Park Madide. But that's what happened. And I repeat, we had the active involvement, decisive involvement of civil society that has given ample support, and there are other state institutions that have also been helpful. This is clear for us. It's something that is worth mentioning. On the other hand, it's also important to say that we must figure out how to continue in Bolivia. We should be more precise in looking at this case. Unfortunately, I ran out of time, and I thank you, Dr. Sarami. Naturally, I would have liked to continue, but my time is up. Thank you for your attention.
Y siento tener que interrumpir.
I'm sorry to interrupt because it was very interesting what you have experienced as the park rangers, guardaparques, and the issues you face. Unfortunately, even the execution of the park rangers and the criminalization, as we were hearing. So, congratulations on your work and all the work done by the park rangers for the conservation of nature. And within that framework, I would also like to highlight, as was already said, the protection of defenders is key in terms of access to justice. If we do not have defenders, who can file legal actions. It is not possible to begin the process of access to justice. And so it is essential that we have measures in order to prevent these attacks of the defenders and be able to investigate and sanction those responsible and not leave the attacks against offenders to go unpunished. And now we move on to Esther Quiche-Roche. This is the UN agency that custodies access to information. And also in March 2024, you published a joint study done with ECLAC on the guarantee of access to environmental information with an emphasis on jurisprudence and the adoption of the Escazú Agreement. Please tell us a little more regarding the role played by UNESCO this and what is the challenge and what can you contribute in that sense. Thank you very much and good morning everyone. It is a pleasure to be here. For UNESCO, the access to information, public participation, and access to justice are key in order to have a healthy environment and encourage sustainable development. And above all, I would like to congratulate you for the approval of the action plan on the defenders of human rights and environmental matters, which is essential. As you well said, within the framework of the 2030 Agenda, UNESCO is the custodian agency of Indicator 1610 under SDG 16, guaranteeing the access to information and protect the fundamental rights. And to measure the progress made in this indicator at a world, regional, and national level, UNESCO monitors and publishes an annual report on the state of the execution of the laws on access to information around the world. The journalists play a crucial role when it comes to to uncover environmental issues, ensuring the access to vital information. And their work serves as a bridge in between complex environmental matters and public understanding, driving awareness and action. However, this search often entails significant risks. Many studies and reports highlight the alarming frequency of physical aggression, legal harassment, and even murder against journalists who dare to expose environmental injustices. And this highlights the very serious risks that journalists continue to face in the course of their work around the world. And precisely 1 week here in Santiago, we'll be celebrating the World Day of Freedom of Press, and this will be dedicated to the relevance of journalism and in the context of the current world climate crisis. UNESCO launched in 2013 an initiative of judges, and the aim of which was to strengthen the judicial capacities in order to defend the freedom of expression and access to information. And right from the start, this initiative has trained more than 36,000 judicial players and representatives of the civil society in 160 countries, giving them the knowledge and tools necessary to protect journalists and the freedom of expression. Judges play a key role in ensuring the access to public information regarding environmental matters and bring into account those who make attacks against journalists. And through this initiative of the judges are better equipped today with knowledge regarding the relevance of ensuring the access to public information, particularly related to environmental matters, thereby strengthening their rights and defending the right of the public to information. One important barrier to the access to information is the prevalence of demands and strategies against public participation that is used to silence journalists by means of an undue use of the judicial system with illegal intimidation and the financial burden of the cost of defending themselves in court. And along these lines, another way that UNESCO actively promotes the use of judicial tools in order to advance in access to information is by supporting, and as a member, initiatives such as the Bank of Jurisprudence on the Freedom of Expression in Columbia University. This database that has 2,700 cases is a valuable resource for judges, lawyers, and defenders that look for legal precedents and best practices in order to defend the freedom of expression and access to information, including cases on environmental matters. And the legal frameworks and international laws on human rights, such as those that can be found in the database, and countries may promote transparency, accountability, and environmental justice. UNESCO is also currently supporting a series of initiatives with the Regional Alliance for the Freedom of Expression and International Network of Open Justice. In Article 27 on access to environmental information, Latin America and the Caribbean, it was held together with ECLAC, sums up the regulatory outlook, reviewing international and regional instruments such as the standards of human rights and the environment and the Escazú Agreement, as well as the constitutional legislative framework for access to environmental information in the countries of the region, and also sums up various resolutions of bodies that guarantee the access to public information, such as the Institute of Access to Information, Transparency, and Protection of the Personal Data in Mexico, or the Council for Transparency in Chile, and also sentences by courts of justice in the countries of the region. In conclusion, it is essential to safeguard the security of journalists and ensure their freedom to report on environmental matters by addressing the threats that they face and empowering the judiciary to protect their rights. We can move ahead collectively in the cause of transparency and accountability in environmental terms, not only here in Latin America and the Caribbean, but around the world. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Krishla Roche. And as we have heard, UNESCO has furthered various initiatives precisely may serve as examples of the experience in the region, but also around the world on how to face the challenges presented by environmental cases. And we're hoping that all of these inputs may serve all players who work in relation to Escazú, and also that we may move ahead in understanding what Article 8 of Escazú entails. And I believe that a key role will be of the committee to support the implementation and compliance of Escazú with a report on systemic issues such as access to justice, or reports on aspects related to compliance and implementation, same as any other consultation that may be had regarding the interpretation of the agreement. So thank you very much, everyone, all panelists, for all everything that we have heard. And I don't know if we have time to open up for dialogue, Q&A. We have 5 minutes, and so I would like to ask you to speak. Please be short and specific, or if you have any specific question that you would like to ask the speakers. Okay, we already have 3 questions. My name is Claudia Duarte Lima. I work at the Global Network of Human Rights and Environment and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute. My question is, when the Escazú Agreement is interpreted by the judiciary, especially the rights of the defenders, how do you believe that this agreement should be interpreted, as a procedural agreement or a substantive one? And my question is that we link the article specifically on defenders to the right to a healthy environment of Article 1, In 9.2, it is set forth that all our international obligations of the state in the area of human rights is clear. And if we see what has happened, the right to a healthy environment internationally, we see that this includes procedural elements as well as substantive ones, including biodiversity, healthy ecosystems, a safe atmosphere, among others. And so if we interpret this in the sense of Article 4.7, its interpretation is more favorable in terms of the rights of defenders. This too would allow us to have an interpretation that is inclusive of rights, not only civil and political rights, but also economic, social, and cultural rights. And so I would like to know, because in the sense that the Inter-American Court of Human Rights will be giving their consultative opinion, and there is one specific aspect of linking the two. And so would it also be relevant that this conference of the parties should have the intention of linking the Escazú Agreement to the Inter-American System of Human Rights? Thank you. Thank you very much. And now very quickly, we'll take the other two questions and move on to the answers.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Mussington, and I'm Barbudan, and I'm here with my colleague, Jacqueline Frank, who is also Barbudan. This is a concern which I'm raising in this forum, which has to do with access to the justice system. And this is a concern from environmental defenders in the entire Eastern Caribbean. And the issue is about getting interim injunctions given the requirement for undertakings and damages. And I'll explain. The Eastern Caribbean Civil Procedures Rules, rule number 17.4.2, and this is in our court system, it requires claimants to give an undertaking in writing that they will pay such to every defendant if they suffer, if it were to be found that an interim injunction was wrongfully granted. This is proving a serious barrier to activists attempting to halt harmful developments being carried out in both Barbuda and Grenada, for example. Given a lack of funding, they are unable to seek an interim injunction in their cases. Their only option would be set out in detail their finances and how they couldn't afford to give an undertaking which is not appealing. And we're talking about millions of dollars that are being required that you're going to have to guarantee. Now, Article 8.3d of Escazú states that states need to provide the possibility of ordering precautionary and interim measures inter alia to prevent, halt, mitigate, or rehabilitate damage to the environment. The state has an obligation under Article 8.4a to establish measures to minimize or eliminate barriers to the exercise of the right of access to justice. So I'm quoting those specific things. Now, harmful developments continue whenever activists decide that they're going to challenge through legislation in the state. And this acts against them in that, for example, in our claim, our specific case, where we ended up at the Privy Council on the question of standing, our state attempted to lock us down on that question of standing, and the Privy Council happens to be the apex court throughout the Eastern Caribbean jurisdiction. Now, this poses at least three problems with respect to access to justice. One, it's a financial burden. Two, it deters legal action, people taking legal action. And three, there's a risk of retaliation, okay? So basically, just before I close, I would wish to respectfully offer these solutions that There's reform of the civil procedures rules in our system, it to be in line with the Escazú Agreement. There'll be training of judges and the resources for activists to take cases to challenge this point and to get the appeal to the Privy Council to make findings that the rules are out of step with the Escazú Agreement. So we humbly offer those as solutions in terms of how we move forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Muchísimas gracias por su intervención. Tenemos el tiempo.
Thank you for your comments. We are running short on time. We also have a pending presentation by Ecuador. So very quickly, please. Good morning. Thank you, Andrea. Congratulations. And thank you for giving us the floor. I'd like to stress and commend the work done by our rangers in the processes of conservation, but also all personnel that carry out the controls, the inspections, so that the regulations are complied with in our countries. A few days ago, one of our colleagues, a driver, whose task is to transport our colleagues, was attacked. The car was damaged. So I'd like to express that our defenders are working daily. As our colleague from Bolivia mentioned, our park rangers are exposed to negative forms of carrying out processes that can be rather be done with dialogue. So all personnel on site are protecting our environmental heritage. It is important that they don't suffer these experiences. So all the member states, all of us who are present here, must work to strengthen this agreement and to help them feel safe in the work they do every day. Thank you. Well, we have several other topics that were mentioned during. We will continue, and perhaps the panelists would like to make a few comments on what was said, but we talked about the interpretation of Article 9, Article 1, and Article 8 of Escazú, as well as the challenges of the defenders, as well as all the work done by park rangers and conservation experts, etc. Yes, you have the floor. Thank you for the question. In my opinion, Escazú is not substantive alone. It actually covers it's more of a systemic solution or approach to this agreement with all the international agreements that we have in terms of the environment. These have been ratified by most of our countries. It is also part of the Inter-American Court on Human Rights, and I would like to quote what is the sentence, the ruling against Colombia, that goes beyond Escazú in the protection of the defenders of human rights. So this interpretation cannot be isolated as an agreement. It must be systemic. And the way we interpret these things, environmental matters, or the way it should be, must be progressive and never regressive with respect to the protection of natural resources and of all those of us who work in favor of natural resources. All these affirmative measures that we heard in the different interventions, because they offered solutions of legal reforms. Sometimes the legal reforms are not that simple, so we must be innovative in the interpretation. In the case of my country, of Costa Rica, there's a defense, a free defense for people of scarce economic resources. So we know, and we have this as a legal provision. It is a fundamental tool because usually defenders of human rights are people who have scarce economic resources. And we provide public defense and other tools, procedural tools, so they can defend their rights and so that the justice system makes the decisions finally but with a more evolutionary perspective, not regressive. Thank you, Judge Vargas. And yes, I would like to mention that the supranational instance in Peru is the Inter-American Court of Human Rights. And on March 28th, 2024, there was a ruling due to the violation of the healthy environment against the Peruvian state. So, as a country, a signatory and member country of the supranational instance, there are rulings that are going to sanction the lack of action of the state in their environmental management. And this goes hand in hand with the Escazú agreement. I believe it's extremely important to understand that our country, Peru, aims to be a member state. Today, we are observers, and we feel that soon, hopefully, we will be able to, in the following meeting, that we will be able to do this as a member state. Thank you, Defender Gutierrez. And our panelists do not have any more comments. So I believe for now we can close the panel. Thank you for all your comments. As you may have heard, access to justice is a challenge. And in the Escazú Agreement, Article 8, this helps us with the power symmetries, reducing the intensity of conflicts, environmental conflicts, murders, and attacks against defenders is extremely important. Thank you very much. I'd like to return the floor to the chair. Thank you, Andrea. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you all for attending this session. It is extremely interesting and very necessary. You may recall that yesterday, when considering the agenda and with the request of Bolivia, we considered making a few adjustments today in order to leave some time for the delegation of Bolivia to present a proposal with exchanges and knowledge on information of the proposals that were being carried out. We are a little late, but we will continue with an informative session to get to know the proposals by the delegation of Bolivia. So, in accordance with our program, if there is a need to make any decision, the matter has already been included in other matters. And I clarify this because some delegations had expressed their concern on what would be the scope of this session. And that is why we've agreed to give them this space with this objective. Consequently, I would like to offer the floor to Bolivia. I'd like to cordially greet all the member states and the members of the public. We would like to present our proposal. This is a scenario that we've been waiting for since the first COP in 2022. I'd like to remind you that Bolivia had mentioned that we had a proposal, an alternative proposal for the Escazú agreement drafting, and at the time, there was no time to present the proposal, and a consultation process was initiated. And for the plurinational state of Bolivia, the composition rules and compliance of the Escazú agreement, as was mentioned at the time, go beyond the scope of the Escazú agreement. It establishes a mechanism that is supranational and with different interpretative powers. It is jurisdictional, and these must be considered under a different format, subject to ratification by the states, but not simply under a decision of the Conference of the Parties. And this is why we have expressed our disagreement with the rules of composition of the committee. In this third COP, during the application committee's meeting, we mentioned that the committee cannot self-regulate because that must be done by the parties. And the committee does not merely have a consultative nature, it is also jurisdictional. In this sense, the plurinational state of Bolivia, if we go back to the previous slide, the first one, please. Within the consultation process, Bolivia mentioned the need to make some adjustments to implement the Escazú agreement, constituting an implementation committee for the Escazú agreement. We called it CRIAE, or Regional Committee for Implementation of the Escazú agreement. What is the background of this proposal? First of all, Decision 13 adopted at COP1, where a consultation process should have been opened in regards to the Bolivian proposal to make the corresponding institutional changes and to improve the composition rules. Unfortunately, from our perspective, this process was not initiated, the consultation, and we have therefore made this presentation that is part of the consultation process. Within this framework, Bolivia proposed that in Article 15, number 5, well, in the Escazú agreement, it establishes that the Conference of the Parties will, by consensus, establish the subsidiary organs it deems necessary for the application of the agreement. It also establishes that the conference will determine the functions of each subsidiary organ or body. And finally, it establishes that extraordinary meetings will take place when necessary. That is also part of the substantive nature of the agreement. Now, in terms of the compliance of the Escazú agreement, the committee, the support committee for application and compliance has 7 members. And here there are also some problems with form and format in terms of the operation of the committee. Many of these have come up in the deliberations of the third COP. First of all, there is no participation of indigenous peoples in the committee. In the second place, there is a high concentration of the functions, maybe even beyond the definitions of the Escazú agreement. There is a full absence of the interdisciplinarity for the committee for analysis and comprehensive recommendations if we want this to comply with the functions that are being assigned, and the committee needs to bring the governments and the public together. It is instead deepening these divorces between governments and the public and creating mistrust in terms of how the Escazú agreement can be implemented.
On the other hand, we see the danger of a judicial perspective of the implementation, and it requires to have more interdisciplinary activities. This committee does not help the public participation, as it is quite diffuse, if you want. And it does not guarantee total involvement of the governments that should be participating throughout the agreement. And this is what we have with all of the different problems that we are seeing. It is in this context that it seems important to us to create a subsidiary organization, and this subsidiary organization of more of a strategic perspective, consultative as well, and to maintain the committee support and application of compliance of the agreement more as of a technical support, really. It requires the distribution of the roles and functions that the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance has, and it has to be divided into organs. One is the strategic subsidiary and the technical support. It is in our proposal of composition of the regional committee for the implementation of Escazú agreement, there should be the participation of the governments, public and indigenous people. This subsidiary group should be composed of one representative of each government that has already ratified the Escazú agreement, and automatically this government has a chair in the subsidiary organization. Likewise, there should be a representative of the public per every state party represented. This should be organized in countries and name the chosen representative. We should have two direct areas for the representatives of the indigenous people, and they should choose the representatives to participate, and likewise with the local communities. And this would help in the facilitation of the agreement with direct and effective participation of the government, the public, indigenous groups, and local communities. This subsidiary organization should be a strategic organization without transferring its responsibilities to the participants by considering their own responsibilities, where they would also need a rapporteur in presenting the needs and others, but they would rather participate in the subsidiary organization without the need of a rapporteur. Which are the advantages? Here is direct participation of the public, indigenous people, and as an organization of the Escazú, involvement that is more organized by the public, with more participation of the different parties during the implementation process, more dialogue between governments and the public in the process to facilitate the agreement. Also, cross control and balances is important. And something that is quite substantial is that this subsidiary organization will allow us to create synergies with other agreements and multilateral processes. We have to not understand this Escazú agreement without crossing it with other conventions, climate, biological diversity. This subsidiary organization can allow the creation of those types of synergies with other participants and processes at multilateral level. Therefore, the proposal is that this regional committee is a new subsidiary organization that is of a strategic character, that wants to implement the access to rights, environmental information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters. The structure of this regional committee, and there are previous experiences in this type of organizations, with the co-participation of government and public. For the case of the biological groups, we have the participation of governments and indigenous groups. In the case of climate change, we have organizations such as these ones with a platform of indigenous people, with the participation of the governments and participation of organizations of the civil society. And we understand that the regional committee could be co-chaired by governments and the public and indigenous peoples. It's the president, the co-president of government and indigenous groups. The application committee then could continue with the mode and structures that already exist. In terms of nature, this regional committee will have a strategic character and it would be acting in coordination with the support committee, and the support committee would be more of a technical character and non-contentious, non-punitive, non-judicial, and should not be a super state mechanism. We have the different functions and roles, and we believe that it can be compatible in a proper manner with the roles of the regional committee, with strategic activities, with a constructive activity, with the topics of general observations and specific observations, and that can effectively, in the implementation of the agreement, to have a dialogue between the public and the indigenous group, and to be able to report to the conference of the parties. And the committee to support implementation and compliance in this context can really hold more of a consultative role in support of the technical aspects of the different topics related to the application of this agreement. I will not go into detail here, but it is already in the proposals that we have presented for the compatibility of functions and roles of the support committee. But clearly there is one is a strategic role and the other one is the support, technical support specifically to that role. That is in the hands of government, public, and indigenous people. So it is in this context that we have been able to circulate two decision making projects, and our expectation is to be able to consider them in this COP, as well as the expectation in the first COP was to discuss and establish a dialogue in the decision making proposal. But that is a process, and within the framework of that process, with a plurinational government, we disseminate this project. The first one is the creation of the regional committee for the implementation of Escazú agreement, and the new subsidiary organization that acts together with the current committee to support implementation and compliance. And another one that is related to the decision-making process is the approval of the rules of composition that has different types of rules and are all compatible within the proposal and the rules of functioning of the application of the Escazú agreement. So we have been circulating this proposal with an annex or addendum to this project. And finally, we have also disseminated a new project for the decision-making process that we would like to be able to consider now in other matters. And that is the decision-making process to move forward into a genuine activity of how to establish the compatibility and institutional arrangements, as well as the structure to implement the Escazú agreement in this proposal. We are first saying that there should be a call for an extraordinary meeting of the COP that is focused in establishing this new subsidiary organization and to establish the compatibility of roles and activities to the CSIC Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance. And in the COP4 of the Escazú Agreement, there will be an incorporation of a specific point in the agenda for the creation and approval of the rules of composition and functioning of this committee, taking into account the results of the extraordinary meeting. Therefore, our proposal is to have the necessary time frame for the different parties to be able to take into account this proposal in this third COP, and to continue with the dialogue, the discussion that we have started talking about in the first COP, and that we can have an institutional structure that responds to the characteristics of the region, to the different challenges of the region, in more dissemination, democracy, and organic participation of government and public. The implementation of this agreement has tremendous relevance for the significant topics of promotion, participation, and the processes for environmental justice, as it is all defined. Our perspective or vision, as we said yesterday, is always be guided by this principle. It is a very long word, and it is one of the longest words that exist in all different languages. But this word has a very deep meaning, saying dialogue, always dialogue until reaching consensus. So we see that this is a principle that is worth having us to continue in this area. Thank you very much. Thank you, Bolivia. As we said at the beginning of the introduction of this point of today's activities, this was an informative session, but we will now be opening the floor for the different delegations. We'll have questions and comments on everything presented by Bolivia. Secretariat requires the floor. They have a clarification. Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify, and as it was reported yesterday, but the delegation of Bolivia presented during the first conference of the parties rules and procedures for the CSIC and participating in the negotiation, including elements of the existing rules. And in that decision, there was a request of a translation of dissemination and consultation process that was mentioned yesterday by the chair and the secretariat. The content of that proposal, as the delegation of Bolivia presented, is different to what is being presented today by Bolivia, meaning that the secretariat disseminated this procedure agreed upon in the first COP, and what we have here with Bolivia's proposal, and it is available in the webpage, is a different proposal. It is just a clarification for all you delegations, meaning that the point of that first conference that was pending was fulfilled. The delegation of Bolivia has officially presented to ECLAC a number of proposals that were all uploaded to the webpage of the conference.
Que también fueron subidas
And later on, they were translated in the webpage of the conference.
Senado abrió este
And as we said, we have the space now to facilitate this dialogue. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Secretariat. The elected representative from the public has the floor. Thank you. From the elected representatives from the public, we'd like to say that we believe that the process of selection of persons that have been appointed for the committee to support compliance is an open democratic system, and we believe that those persons who were appointed can count on our support, and the states should also honor this commitment so that the effective implementation of the committee may start immediately to function. We do believe that the committee has included the proposals and recommendations from the public in their working modality. So we celebrate and we thank for the openness of the committee. And we also believe that it is very invaluable that resources may be made available so that the committee may function correctly. We also do believe that for the effective implementation of a COP, there should be an appeal to all parties involved so that we may follow up in good faith this difficult task the committee has ahead into the future. Thank you. Thank you, representative from the public. Someone has asked the floor. Ruth, you have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Spencer. I'm a local community representative from the island of Antigua and Barbuda. Escazú Agreement empowers people. And I feel at the local level, all of us here, governments, CSOs, indigenous people, our actions are important at the local level for the Escazú Agreement to really work, so it does not remain on paper. We in our countries, in our communities, have to do what is required. I'm not waiting on governments, representatives of the public, to do what I have to do. My value is to whom much is given, much is required. So when I go to meetings, I meet Bolivia, I meet Chile, I try to join the regional meetings, and I stress to the government delegations to put people first. You are there at these meetings to represent the people. And I remind them. And because of that, I've built so many partnerships with the governments all across the Latin and Caribbean region. In addition, the Escazú has to be mainstreamed in the other conventions. People must remain central. The actions that are taking place in our community impact health, impact climate, biodiversity, chemicals, and waste. We have to integrate this tool for our inclusion and participation. So even if my country doesn't have a roadmap, I'm not going to sit and wait. I have to take actions because, as John said, when you put for injunction, we don't know if it's going to happen. But many times the damage is already done. So we have to be proactive. We have the information, empower our groups, empower our people. And once governments see the people know what is going on, they will listen to us. But we have to push real hard. And I congratulate John and Jackie for the enormous work they have done in making the Escazú Agreement a real tool for the people. That's what we have to do. Let's hold our governments accountable. Let's do what we can in our communities to push forward this important agreement because it's powerful. I've seen it work, and I'm determined with whatever strength, resources I have, I'm going to keep pushing. I'm not fearful of governments or whoever. I'm going to always open up my mouth. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Hay una solicitud del público en el otro extremo, cerca de la bandera de Japón, que parece que es la que nos guía. Por favor,
Please, you have the floor.
identifíquese.
Soy mapuche, saludo a todos ustedes. Bueno, para mí es la primera vez que participo en un evento.
Perdón, ¿puede decirnos su nombre?
Please state your name. I am Mapuche from Gualmapo, Chile. I would like to go home feeling satisfied. I want to go home with words of comfort. In Chile, the judicial system, as you well know, we have our own ombudsman, but our defense is penalized. And the judicial actions usually take too long, and there is impunity. We defenders have to face very long processes. The trials take a tremendously long time, but that's not the case for the regular justice. So I'd like to leave here, as we just heard from our sister and defender, who says she's not afraid of the governments, but I have a doubt. From what I heard yesterday, there are no sanctions. All that can be done is information and urge the governments to take action. But this is the uncertainty that we are facing, we Mapuches in Chile. This is something that we live through every single day. Right now, there are cases on the 20th, persons were imprisoned, and this is something that happens constantly. So how can I go back home to my community and I represent the defense Hamayakenche together with my colleague. We are defenders of Hayumaken because there is a hydroelectric plant, and we're going to have to go and talk to these people. When we do know that, on the other hand, where the dam is set up for the hydro plant, we have public forces. But that means that we cannot go and have this conversation. There are people who are in fear of what could happen to them. We have seen mutilations, and this is all impune. There are no sanctions. So how can I go back home? What would I tell my workers, all of the people who are fighters? We are the players. We are the players who are in this continuous struggle. In Mapuche, living properly is what we would like to. You know that activism is set up in all Walmapo in Chile and on Latin America. Lack of water. I come from a community, it's ironic, but we don't have water in my community. In the Lagos region, we don't have water. My mother died because she drank polluted water. We have many older persons in our communities. And this should be a right, but it's not happening. And why? Because we defend earth, we defend water. I need to have this slight hope so that I can go home and tell them it was worth being here, because I am certain that it's worth to continue fighting. We are ancestral educators in Chile, and we transmit the kimul, which is the knowledge, the sensitivity for the children. We give them hope so that they may have this vision and maintain our titutimuno. That was something she said in Mapuche.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. I hope that it will be the case. Antigua and Barbuda, you've asked the floor.
Everyone, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just want to make a few comments. As far as I know, we have rules and regulations by which we abide. We set up these rules, we set up these regulations so that everybody can do everything on the same footing, on the same standing. Now, I have just received 7 pages in English of a document which Bolivia has sent forward. I'm making it clear I will not be looking at it, because I think it's disrespectful to expect me to read through this document and come to a decision. It takes time. The same amount of time they took to prepare this document, I want to have that same amount of time to consider it. Yes, I could read it and say, oh, I agree with this, I disagree with that. But how many times have you read a document? You go away for a couple of days, you come back, you read it, and you see something differently, or you change your views. And I think it's totally inappropriate, Bolivia, for me to be given a document with 7 pages to consider. I am not looking at it, and I'm sorry who's offended. I refuse to look at it, because I feel you're pressuring me, and I feel as though I'm being bullied, and I don't appreciate that. And the other thing I want to say, we took a long time setting up our committee to support implementation and compliance. We went to great lengths to have a balance from Latin America and the Caribbean, male, female, and we have someone who is from the indigenous community. We have a Black woman on it. What more do you want? You see, what I don't understand, if the committee had done something wrong and we're saying they're not functioning properly, or we can see gaps in how they function, so we need to do something to change it, I'd say fair enough. But I am not aware that the committee has done anything wrong. I'm not aware that the committee has made any big mistake. I'm not aware the committee should be challenged like this. I see this as a challenge, because if you want a body to oversee what they're doing before they've even done anything, it doesn't make sense to me. And then I don't want us to be so bogged down with so many organs that become so bureaucratic that we get bogged down in the paperwork and miss the actual point of what we're supposed to do. Yes, it's very nice to have committees, it's very nice to do everything, but if you get bogged down in paperwork, you will never get to where you want to get, because the paperwork will stop you from doing what you need to do. So even though I'm not going to look at this document, I refuse to look at it, I still stand by what I say. Why are we having somebody to overlook our committee that we set up? And we took a long time to set up that committee. It wasn't just something we said, oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, there are all sorts of implications. We looked at everything. And so as far as I'm concerned, even though I haven't read it and I'm not reading it, I don't see the need for the committee. Thank you.
Gracias, Maureen. Gracias, Antigua y Barbuda.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Antigua and Barbuda. Madam Vice Minister, the chair will ensure that you have time enough for you to analyze the proposals that are made, as we will also guarantee this to all delegations, including Bolivia. We guarantee that all delegations may submit your proposals. You may rest assured. I will now give the floor to the public, and then St. Lucia and Mexico. Public, there was a person that raised an ID. Please state your names.
Bien,
Good morning, everyone. My name is Elina Shaheen Savid. I am from the Abahun people from the Peruvian Amazon. And we're here representing the Latin American Alliance of Defenders of the Territory of the Indigenous People. We are members of COICA that represents 9 countries, Amazon countries. And right now, I would like to express the feeling of indigenous people. Yesterday, we saw clearly the representation or the representative of the public did not mention us. And despite having asked to be included, and also a proposal that was sent in, it was not included, was not taken up. We have asked to be considered as indigenous people. Each one of us in our countries will take into account this, because it is not possible that some states parties that have mentioned the indigenous people, we congratulate them. But those who did not, we also say, take into account and assess our proposals. This is not carved in stone. It is possible to add the requests. We indigenous people do not want to move backward, but we do want to be included, at least in one part of the proposals. And that is why we have asked to have space for effective participation by indigenous people. We do not have a spokesperson among the representatives of the people as indigenous people. Not even the women represent us. We who every day we have been suffering and doing things, they do not represent us either. So I would like to ask you, as human beings, as indigenous people, we always continue to be made invisible. Our proposals have not been taken up, and so we are asking that you please take this into account. Today I am here, tomorrow maybe we will not, because every day, every year, we have been criminalized and we continue to be murdered in our territories. And that is why I want it to be taken into account that the indigenous people are territorial. We defend life. We defend the forest and our environment. And that is why we request that our proposals be considered. For example, when you say to us that participation is open, indigenous people have been unable to elect our representative because we do not have connectivity in our territories. We don't have internet connection. You cannot put us into the same bag of others who are able to access the internet and vote. And we do not have this alternative. And so we're asking that we be given a mechanism so that the indigenous people may take part. That is what we're asking. And so we have also asked to have mechanism for effective participation and communication with indigenous people, that our participation not be limited by using virtual spaces. You must respect our culture, ancestral knowledge, and autonomy. And that is why, brothers, in this space, in memory of our defenders who have been murdered, I would like to ask you to take up the matter and maybe include us. At some point, say, mention, consider the indigenous people, and that in future we may have at least one representative, our spokesperson, who may speak for us here. Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Tengo las últimas.
I have the last three interventions. Please keep to the time for taking the floor because we are running extremely late in comparison to the agenda. The delegation of St. Lucia has the floor. Kate.
Very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I wanted to pose I'm not sure if I am allowed to do this, but I have read very briefly the proposal by Bolivia, and I understand at the moment, local communities in particular are having a difficult time in the other MEAs to get representation on fora that are important to them. And I can understand the timeliness of wanting to improve and increase their visibility in fora such like these, particularly in the Escazú Agreement. However, I wish to, and I have seen the section on this proposal that speaks to structure and composition, and I see the composition of the agreement at paragraph 1 is supposed to be the public, indigenous persons, and local communities. So I would like to pose to Bolivia, how does this regional committee differ from the elected, what we have in place at the moment with the regional public mechanism and the elected representatives of the public, as well as the committee to support implementation and compliance? And to help me understand, why is it that we would need a separate entity? Couldn't we not consider just increasing the numbers of or representation on those committees? Why should we have a subsidiary body? This is my question to Bolivia. If, Mr. Chairman, you would allow, I'm not sure if you would, but this is my concern with this particular proposal at the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, St. Lucia. The delegation of Mexico has the floor. Ambassador. Yes, thank you. I would like to begin by thanking you and the Secretariat for allowing the delegation of Bolivia to present their proposal in this space and later on in other business. I believe that multilateralism is strengthened in the measure that we listen to each other and in equal terms, and that our proposals are discussed with sufficient time, regardless of what this implies. Multilateralism does require consensus, and the basis for consensus is dialogue. So I thank you very much for the space. I would also like to thank the Secretariat for having distributed the proposals by Bolivia, and in that sense, complying with the decision of this body, Decision 3 of the first COP. And in that sense, Mr. Chair, I feel very pleased. I believe that after having heard the delegations of Antigua, Barbuda, and St. Lucia, what we need is time, more time, to discuss in depth this proposal by Bolivia. I thank Bolivia for their presentation, including the PowerPoint, which is very didactic and allows us to understand the scope of their proposal. But here I see three important aspects. One, what Bolivia is proposing is a mechanism to create consensus at this conference in favor of the decisions of the support committee. That is, I see that one of the merits of this proposal is being able to give greater legitimacy to the decisions taken by the support committee. And I think it's a good moment to address this because they're working right now. But another important thing, and this is something that Bolivia has insisted on at this conference and Mexico does support, and that is looking for space for participation by the indigenous people. But maybe we're speaking of processes on the one hand and participation of indigenous people on the other. And also on here in Bolivia, what went through my mind was how can we address these aims in existing spaces such as the rules of procedure of the COP and the rules of procedure of the support committee. In some, this space, I believe, cannot be exhaustive of our discussion, and I would merely like to express the disposition by the delegation of Mexico to be able to attend an in-depth discussion and reach an agreement, because consensus regarding the creation of a subsidiary body, if this were the case. Thank you, Mexico, and your disposition. The delegation of Panama is recognized. Thank you, Chair. And I greet everyone at this meeting. After having briefly assessed the proposal put forward by our sister country, Bolivia, I second what was highlighted just now by proposal, and that they be able to present their proposals and justify them. Although I reviewed it very quickly, I have a couple of considerations preliminarily. One, that this definitely requires of an exhaustive analysis because it is the creation of a subsidiary body, and also needs further analysis and participation by all members and also of the public, and to be receive feedback for life. With regard to the same wording, I think that these considerations are still not that clear because, as we recall, there is an agreement that is still young. We, the country, states, parties, are making tremendous efforts to implement it in our countries, and the committee is only just beginning its work. And so I think that it is rational to give the agreement time, to give countries time, and the existing subsidiary body should be given time to actually do their work, and along the way, at a COP and taking as a basis the proposals made by countries, make appropriate amendments as we go along. Because we all share that what we want is for the agreement to be an effective tool for everyone. So that is what the delegation of Panama would like to say. I understand that these are going to be the last three interventions, so as to be able to break for coffee and adjourn this part. I see that there are a couple of requests more. Are they necessary? Please, please be as brief as possible. Chile and Argentina. And with that, we will close this part of today's session. Chile, please, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to say that Chile considers that, as indicated by the Secretariat, procedures were followed regarding COP1 and the proposal by Bolivia presented at that COP, and the work that was done intercessionally, distributing the proposal and expecting reactions. But we believe that this is a new proposal. With regard to this new proposal, our country agrees in general terms with what Antigua and Barbuda said. We believe that it prejudges the work to be done by the implementation committee. We believe that the committee must be given an opportunity to meet and do their work. On the other hand, we see that it bureaucratizes or adds red tape to what has to be done. But we believe that what we need to do now is to focus on implementation in our countries. There's a lot to be done. We have a tremendous shortage of resources. We all know that. And we believe that we should focus on that line of work. And hence, we would not favor the holding of an extraordinary COP to consider this proposal, at least for the time being. Thank you, Chile. I thank you for being brief. And now I recognize the delegation of Argentina.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Thank you. Thinking about being brief, I would like to share that we, at the Argentinian delegation, we share the remarks of St. Lucia, Mexico, Chile, Panama, in the sense of making a note of the deadlines established in COP1. It is a closed process, and we would like to do the same thing that our delegations did, the delegations that preceded us. This does not preclude the process, selection process of the committee that the committee began. We're going to wait for the first report. The competence of the members. The fact that we're not in the position to analyze a proposal does not mean that we don't agree. It's a proposal that leads to a deep debate. If we need to have another subsidiary body, as a Chilean delegation said, that would lead to a proliferation of structures when we're still at the first initial steps of Escazú. We have so much ahead of us, so we don't want to. It's not a prejudice or a prejudgment of anything. It's basically we feel we do not have the time at present. Having received the proposal 5 working days before, Argentina will need to make consultations, as I believe others will also need to do. Thank you, Argentina. I thank you for your good disposition. I'm going to request, in closing this session, this part, a quick exit of the room. No, nothing's going on. We need to go to a coffee break. So we only have 5 minutes for the coffee break. I would ask that we do so swiftly, and we return in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Recuerdo por favor que no dejen efectos personales.
Kindly take your personal belongings with you. Thank you.
Les agradezco a todos.
If you please be seated, we will reconvene.
A esta parte de la sesión de hoy.
We will continue with today's session. I want to thank you all. We wanted to start earlier, but to re-enter the room really takes time. We will now go to point 3 of the approved agenda, which is the report of the committee to support implementation and compliance. And as I mentioned at the beginning, this committee has always been a participant of the conference, and it has 4 women and 3 men members that we have chosen after a very long and transparent and serious process of invitation to receive proposals for analysis of those candidates, the selection of them, and the choosing by consensus in the COP or Conference of the Parties that was held in Argentina and Buenos Aires, in an extraordinary conference that was specifically dedicated to choosing or electing these people, including 3 more that are also highly valuable due to their experience and that we will keep in hiding for a while. And we have them should there be a need to add to the integration or participation in the committee. The committee is a subsidiary organization of this conference that is specifically defined in the Escazú agreement, and given its functions, it is very important for life, operational activities, efficacy of the agreement.
It is chaired by Patricia Madrigal. Many of you probably know her. She has wide experience in the environmental international world and also in this process that led to the agreement. The committee, aside from the chair, appointed 2 vice chairs, Carl Stephens and Andres Napoli. Many of you probably know them as well, also for their background, especially at civil society. We will now hear the report of the committee. We will give the floor to the chairperson, Patricia Madrigal. You have the floor, and I thank you for bringing in these reports. Thank you. I wish to greet all state parties, observants, elected representatives from the public, and public at large. The committee to support the implementation and compliance of Escazú. For us, it is an honor for the first time to bring to you the report of what has been done from the very beginning when we took up in this same room last year. The countries that negotiated the Escazú agreement with the strong participation from the public said in Article 18 the creation of a committee to support implementation and compliance. It was agreed that this be a subsidiary organ to the COP, that is, to support to promote the implementation as well as the compliance of the obligations under Escazú. It is of a consultative nature. It's advisory. It is not contentions. We don't receive cases, but we communicate. It is not illegal, nor it is penalizing. So the idea is not to sanction, but to support, to recommend, to guide. The first COP was entrusted with preparing the rules and the functioning regulation of that committee. That was done in this meeting, in the meeting in Santiago, April 22. Decision 1-3 brings in the rules for the composition and functioning of this committee. This is our framework in order to develop the functions that were entrusted to the committee. It was agreed that it be composed by 7 individuals. We are personally taking up these positions. They are to be persons with moral integrity, with renowned competency in this issue, and with independence from the 3 branches of the governments in their countries. Nomination process started in the second semester of 22. And for that appointment, we called on a special extraordinary meeting of the parties that was held in April 23 in Argentina. Uh, the background of the candidates were analyzed, and by consensus, the party states appointed the 7 persons that are now part of this committee. For internal organization, 2 vice chairs were named. One of them is in the hands of Andres Napoli, and the other vice chair, Excel. The other members of the committee, Feliz Wing, Guillermo Acuña, Mariana Bleño, Rita Joseph, and myself, Patricia Madrigal, and I myself was appointed chair by my colleagues. The mandate started in August last year with the oath taken by the Mr. Jose Manuel Salazar Chirinaxa, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and then we held the first formal open meeting as the rule states. Now, the rules of composition and functioning of the committee define in items 1 and 2 that the committee is to prepare its working modalities, ensuring full participation of the public and considering the national circumstances. With the support of the Secretariat, a draft was prepared of working modalities, defining a process as well in order to include the participation of state parties, of the presiding officers, the public, and elected representatives from the public. We had dialogues, we had exchange of opinion with other, such as the compliance of ROs. We heard experience of committees such as Human Rights High Commissioner, and we prepared a text that with the support of the presiding officers of state parties and the public elected representatives. On November 15, 23, at the second session of the open committee's meeting, open to the public, then this working modality was submitted. The text was sent on December the 10th last year to state parties and elected public representatives for comments and observations. We received these comments. We analyzed them gradually in order to understand that apparently the procedures were made speedier and more agile with a working document that is less bureaucratic and more agile. At the informal meeting with the state parties held on January 18th of this year, 24, we circulated the content of working modalities. We also had an informal meeting with the public elected representative on February the 22nd. During all of February, from the 1st to the 28th of February this year, the Secretariat's website was open for comments and for consultation with the regional committees. Thanks to these comments and observations, we were able to have working modalities document LC-TS.2024-23 that was approved on April 22nd at the formal meeting open to the public. We received comments from state parties such as Uruguay, Mexico, Argentina, Guyana, St. Lucia, Bolivia, and the Bolivian platform of fibers on environment, the network of organizations for Escazú, the UN's High Commissioner for Human Rights, from the Secretariat for the Implementation of HARAS, the International Service for Human Rights, and trans international transparency. We do believe that it's a sound text that covers all of the functions that were entrusted from state parties to the committee. The content of working modalities that is already uploaded, by the way, at ECLAC's website includes objectives, goals, nature, structure, composition, organization of work, information, support to COP, assistance to the parties, communications, cooperation, and capacity building, moral integrity, rules, independence, impartiality, as well as administrative, financial matters, revision and amendments. At the same time, with the support of the Secretariat, a virtual platform was designed for the sake of communication between the committee and the public, state parties at large, guiding the request for support and everything that must be done according to the rules. To promote the use of this platform and to understand its scope, tomorrow, Thursday, we will hold an open session. There, we will talk about its functioning and will clarify any doubts that may arise. We will also make a presentation on working modality in order to cover the functions of the committee. We have tried to inform about the nature and goal of this committee through in-presence and virtual meetings. We will prepare a graph that is already available at ECLAC's pay website. We are searching for a balance between the implementation and compliance by state parties on a gradual progressive form. We participated in the second forum of defenders in Panama, September last year. There, we were able to witness personally dialogue in internal meetings and meetings with different players. We personally, therefore, witnessed the commitment of the region to the environmental protection and the challenge that we are facing. We hope to contribute to that according to our mandates and capabilities. There's a big challenge of collaboration, and Article 9 grants this to the environmental protect the, the environmental activists, and thus we will be able to meet our working plan. Right now, we are involved with the vulnerable groups and individuals who have a special cross-cutting attention at the agreement. We have included amongst the working modality the obligation to have a biannual working plan in order to uh, organize the necessary human and financial resources that are needed. It's important to support the search for funds in order to strengthen the governance of Escazú process and so that each organ may comply with its obligations. We are all part of the process and we must continue rowing in the same direction towards our destination. Each organ must meet its own functions and as part of Escazú's governance, where each one must devote efforts as best as possible for the full effective implementation of access rights, protection of a safe environment for the action of environmental defenders through cooperation, as well as capacity building so as to ensure for the present and future generations the capability to live in a healthy environment that is sustainable for the region. We hope to contribute to strengthen this groundwork that has allowed us to come over, opening up a way to guide us for the gradual and progressive implementation of Escazú amongst public and state parties. Thank you. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you for that report. The floor is open for comments. We can take up comments now. Otherwise, I thank the committee, I thank the chair for the report. I thank you for being here in this conference, and I invite you all to continue. Chile has asked the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the chair of the committee for the report and recall that at the time we did not think that states parties would be able to have a committee, even not being punitive, no contentious, no judicial, should be independent of the powers of the state. And we see that now we have 24 countries that have signed the Escazú Agreement, 16 who are states parties and able to have a committee that will support us for the implementation and compliance of Escazú, regardless of us, independent of us. And I would like to say that this took some time. I would also like to thank the presiding officers for guiding the election and the countries who came to an agreement to elect these representatives, that we all know their background. And I'd like to thank you for the function you are carrying out. You should enjoy the full support and good faith deserved by a committee that is in operation. And if you so deem, we as Chile are offering for you to visit our country and see how we are implementing the Escazú Agreement, and we're hopeful of receiving your recommendations. Thank you. Thank you very much, Chile. And so we will move on to the special session that we have foreseen to conclude the activities of the morning regarding the public participation in process to assess the environmental impact. For this, I would invite Mrs. Valentina Duran, Executive Director of the Service of Environmental Assessment in Chile and pro tempore chair of the Latin American Network for Environmental Impact Assessment Systems. Valentina is the moderator, and I have introduced her based on her current positions, but the truth is that she has a long experience in environmental legislation, environmental law, environmental management, and the Escazú Agreement. As a member of the Center for Environmental Law at the School of Law, University of Chile, an outstanding jurist, and that we are pleased to have as a moderator of this panel that she herself will introduce. Valentina, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chair, for those warm welcome. Good morning, everyone, and I welcome you to this space for conversation. And it is an honor to have this space provided by the Secretariat of Escazú Agreement, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, as part of this third Conference of the Parties of our Escazú Agreement. This session will offer a space for dialogue to learn of the progress, challenges, and opportunities of citizen participation in environmental assessment of investment projects. And I would like to thank especially ECLAC for the invitation, as well as Red La Silla is our first event as the pro-tempore chair of the Latin American Network for Systems for Assessing Environmental Impact. It is a young network, and countries that have joined in a collective effort to move ahead in the strengthening of ties between institutions and professionals, learn of experiences of environmental assessment, and other countries it's called in different ways, but the idea is to exchange ideas on how to strengthen these instances for public participation. It goes without saying that through this activity, the states that are party to the Escazú Agreement are precisely implementing already the Escazú Agreement. And also, I would personally would like to greet, as the chair said, took part in some of these negotiation meetings, and it thrills me to see the third conference of the parties of the Escazú Agreement to recognize so many faces of essential players after reaching this agreement. It was difficult to get it done, difficult to get it to be binding, and here we are talking about the challenges in its implementation. So I cannot hide the thrill I feel to have already a plan that was approved yesterday and see how this is, of course, subject to discussion. But we do have Escazú, we have institutionality, and seen 16 organizations here, and our conviction in carrying and strengthening the rule of law and the validity of these human rights, which allow us to ensure other human rights. Now, so I would like to greet all members of the network who are in the room and also the parallel room, as well as those who are following the event by streaming, all officers of our services in Latin America, and that we can feel with pride as that we are part of this network, and no one understands it better than our colleagues in other countries in this challenging task and sometimes difficult. I would also like to highlight the work done by the teams of the Chilean environmental assessment system that supported this together with ECLAC, and that has allowed them to be here. The regional directors of the service that accompany me, they are sitting behind. And so, beginning this conversation, I would like to greet and welcome Claudia da Silva, who is the standing director of the environmental licensing IBAMA, Brazil. And also we have Bastian Pasten, who is a senior lawyer at the World Bank, Adriana Suarez, who is a legal advisor of the Program for Environmental Policy and Governance of the Peruvian Society of Environmental Law, SPDA, very well known and recognized in the defense of environmental law in Peru. And Ana Maria Samona, welcome, Vice President of the Colombian Association of Mining. And so this is a meeting, precisely multiplayer, in order to hear different approaches to citizen participation in the environmental assessment. I would like to present the excuses of the Undersecretary for the Environment, Maximiliano Peruano, who had been foreseen for this panel, but who had to address National Congress. And so, well, as you can see, this takes time. And so we thank him and for his disposition to have been here. The idea is to learn of the progress and challenges facing environmental assessment in the region. The methodology is that each panelist, and I too will be moderating this, each speaker will have 10 minutes, and then we will open up for an open dialogue with questions and answers. And respecting the time that has already been taken up this morning, service assistants will pick up the questions and make sure that the panelists can answer as many questions as possible. And if there is anything pending, we agree to send you the answer in writing. So please include your email. Well, to kick off, I apologize for doing it myself, but I will speak of Chile, the Chilean experience, the citizen participation network in environmental assessment. She's asking for technical assistance in this, yes? Okay. Well, we have different dimensions of citizen participation in environmental impact assessment in Chile, different dimensions and also different moments. We could speak of the regulatory dimension, our legal framework that allows us and imposes also holding activities for citizen participation and in environmental impacts assessment rather. So we have Escazú that we're implementing. We have the ground laws for the environment, goes back 30 years, and that were passed through Congress by President Elwin. And that's true. Citizen participation, not only environmental assessment, but also the definition of other instruments for environmental management. We have instructions and guidelines, all issued by the service. And in addition to that, we have another dimension that is informative. We do know that these are three rights intimately linked and that cannot be separated. And for this, we have a great diversity of channels and support tools, field work, and everything free of charge and open access. And all of this understanding, we're talking of Escazú and that we are progressively making headway. But of course, this goes back 30 years. We also have a technical dimension that is very relevant, and this has to do with training of the structure, the methods, and most appropriate way of taking part, and how we strengthen capacities, capacity building, which is the fourth axis of the Escazú agreement, and also protection of defenders in environmental matters. How do I move on to the next transparency, please? Good. As to the mechanism, there are mechanisms for participation and also moments for participation. I would like to highlight that recently we issued a guideline for early citizen participation. The Escazú agreement calls on us to seek instances for participation at the initial stages. We have a guideline which is implementation is voluntary because our legislation does not consider compulsory early citizen participation, but we are obliged to inform of the progress made prior to a project and whatever activities have been carried out by any private sector. And in Chile, it is understood a little differently to in other countries, but we do have indigenous participation in the assessment of environmental impacts. And so we do have these mechanisms for early citizen participation that we are strengthening. And also we have citizen participation during the environmental assessment, very highly regulated in terms and manners, and also linked to different types of activities, in-person activities, which is compulsory and the law that there must be citizen observations must be received. So, first of all, reception of citizen observations and their consideration in a document, and that the environmental impact begins and ends here, and the people know how what they have approved is being considered. And then the environmental qualification, which is the act whereby the project is authorized or not, and if not, why not? And then we're also working together with the superintendents of the environment. I was with the superintendents at the inauguration of the COP. We are working on participatory ministries. We have a law that regulates this by law, and it says that it is necessary to report when there is a deterioration in participation, a decline. It is necessary to build trust and confidence in the environmental impact system during the assessment and also afterwards. And that is why, as a state and service, we promote the use of participatory monitoring of those components that are especially sensitive, so that people who are interested may also take part and be informed of how a project that was authorized by the law does have obligations. You're the one who knows, she says. Right. Now, as to the scope of participation, we have moved ahead throughout this time. I would like to say that under this administration, we go back 2 years, that I have been director of the service, and one of the main pillars of our organization has been the progressive implementation of the Escazú agreement. So therefore, we have included management indicators that are reported on by the executive board as well as the one for citizen participation, and includes management indicators that have to do with citizen participation. And also, in order to provide certainties to or everyone managed, the citizens and also the project holders, we have devised the calendars for citizen participation, early citizen participation. We have a recent guideline that also includes criteria of human rights. And we have a, could you please pass to the next slide, please? And also, we have significant work with the action plan. We have, yesterday, it was presented and moved, and we have the SORVIVE, which is a standard for implementation. But the plan includes commitments. But in addition, we have an action plan, which is of the service as such, and it will soon be available on our website.
Información con 3 medidas. With access to information, 3 measures, public participation, 5, the right to access to justice, 1, and strengthening or capacity building. We're also working on the more modernization of the ESEIA electronic assessments. Anyone can see the whole file for the environmental impact assessment of a project. We know that this is a platform that is quite admired. Not all countries have this. In Chile, most of our bodies have this, but we know that it can still grow, and we can extract more useful information for all people, all stakeholders, and for the assessment, as well as for those who are carrying out the project. So in terms of the environmental impact assessment, the TIA, the EIA, the citizen participation, the PCPI, Article 86, and offering technological support. We have a web platform, web support, and there are different ways for us to carry out citizen participation, and we are always trying to improve it. As I mentioned recently, we've modified, and the government has been modifying the regulations of the environmental impact assessment. We're trying to include environmental impact into the assessments. And next, please, in terms of the scope of participation, just to offer a few figures, from 2022 to 2024, we've received over 50,000 citizen observations on the environmental impact assessments. Participation has increased from 55 to 82% in observations by individuals, and we've seen an increase of 2% in the participation of women every year, and the 56% of the observations that have arrived are by women. So I'd like to leave that information with you. We're also working on, as I mentioned, on citizen participation. We have 56% of the observations of the first trimester, of the first quarter, all made by women. So we have a gender focus. We're trying to raise these barriers. Out of the 213 projects that have had citizen participation in the last 2 years, 75 ended up with a favorable environmental qualification resolution, 11 unfavorable, and 119 are still ongoing, and 8 find themselves in other statuses. For example, they withdrew or they ended in an early fashion. 13% of these projects that have been submitted have citizen participation. President Boric ratified and said he would adhere to the Escazú agreement. And we, at that time, we took a first decision, which was to interpret this more openly in accordance with the principles of other people, with the budgets with the assumptions of citizen participation. I'd like to stress the work of the officials, the public officials that worked on this, knowing that it would imply a higher workload. We are all convinced that it was necessary to make this change. This means implies a significant change for our public servants. We've also made progress in training. We have 20 trainings during this period with over 4,000 participants. We have increased the number of courses available and the capacity of some colleagues from other countries. They have attended some of these. Thank you for your interest. We have 51,000 people participated in 12 courses in 2023, and we're now elaborating a course for early citizen participation with SEA Capacita. So I'd like to thank all the teams that have participated in this effort. Finally, we're consolidating the institutional implementation plan of the Escazú Agreement with implementation of measures for different stakeholders, and we're working on the platform in a progressive manner, knowing that, as our colleagues know, we have budget restrictions and human resource restrictions. We also believe that one of our main challenges is to improve access to information, to have better citizen participation. We know and we're working to guide this with the SCA, the early citizen participation practice, and others. And we finally have a methodological guide for in-person activities. We're elaborating a guideline for impacts and human customs, as well as participative monitoring. We are making adjustments to the interactive maps, and we have a guideline that was later included into the regulations, and it was very simple. It was as simple as when a person in a community wants to know what is happening, where to go to participate in an activity, they simply find the project and the name through this platform. Some projects had to withdraw in order to change their names, but it was a very simple measure that was very well understood by the industry, and then it was incorporated into the instructions and the manual, and it hasn't been a problem. So we've been working on posters, and well, then you have to discuss where to put the poster and so on, but the poster has to say, here we want to build a project, there is an environmental impact assessment, and here's how you can participate. These are very simple measures, but they seek to develop empathy between citizens that don't really know all the technical details of a system that is so full of acronyms and not everyone knows them. These are some of the projects and advances that we wanted to have and share with you. I'd like to share. I wanted to share this with you, and I'm going to leave you with Claudia from IBAMA, Brazil. Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. I do not speak Spanish, but I prepared the presentation in Spanish so that it's easier to follow. Unfortunately, Portuguese is not a working language at this COP.
Aprendi. Ah, ok. Funcionou. Funcionou. Falar pouco da estrutura organizacional do IBAMA, da área ambiental no Brasil. A gente tem órgãos que compõem o que nós chamamos de Sistema Nacional de Meio Ambiente no Brasil, o SISNAMA. Esse órgão é composto por Conselho de Governo. Esse Conselho de Governo é formado pela Presidência da República, pela Casa Civil e por ministros, mas eu nunca vi se reunindo, não precisou ainda dessa reunião. Nós temos um Conselho Deliberativo e Consultivo, chamado CONAMA. Esse talvez seja um dos conselhos mais importantes que o Brasil tem para definição de normas ambientais. Nós temos associados o órgão central, Ministério do Meio Ambiente, cuja ministra é Marina Silva, nossa ministra atual. Nós temos 2 órgãos executores, o IBAMA, que eu aqui represento, e o ICMBio. O IBAMA eu vou falar um pouco depois, mas o ICMBio cuida das unidades de conservação federal do país. Nós temos órgãos seccionais, que são as instituições estaduais de meio ambiente. Elas não são ligadas ao órgão federal, elas são próprias dos estados. E nós temos ainda instituições locais, instituições municipais, o que corresponde aos municípios, né, dos estados brasileiros, que também têm autonomia na realização da política ambiental. E agora eu falo um pouco mais a partir do IBAMA, que é o órgão executor da avaliação de impacto ambiental em nível federal. Nós somos um órgão que tem vários desafios, é um órgão grande, mas tem bastante desafio. Talvez o primeiro deles seja a estrutura que nós temos em termos de pessoal. Nós somos poucos, com muitos processos, com muitos desafios e com muitas realizações a serem feitas. Esse gráfico, eu gosto de apresentar. Entendem bem? Perfeito, ok. Esse gráfico eu gosto de apresentar. Ele tem em laranja o número de processos de licenciamento, ele é crescente. Nós temos em azul, a linha azul, o número de servidores, ele é decrescente. Esse talvez seja hoje um dos maiores desafios que o Brasil tem na organização das questões ambientais. Nós somos um país continental, portanto, muito grande. Nós somos uma sociedade social e culturalmente muito diversa. Nós somos um país que não tem previsão de participação social prévia ao licenciamento ambiental. Então, e aí a gente tem todos os desafios associados a essas questões. Tem 3 mapas que são ilustrativos, só para dar a dimensão do universo, né? O Brasil, aqui eu trouxe sistemas de transmissão de energia. Nós temos um sistema interconectado no Brasil, né? Com exceção de um único estado, que é Roraima. Todos os demais 26 estados da federação têm um único sistema interconectado de transmissão de energia. Tem desafios, tem prós e contra, né? Mas aqui dá uma dimensão do quanto nós somos poucos, 240 servidores, para essa infinidade de país, né, e de problemática associada aos licenciamentos. Esse outro mapa, também de geração de energia hidrelétrica, né, nós temos hoje, né, nessa equipe do IBAMA, 73 usinas hidrelétricas sob nossa coordenação. Nós temos 32 pequenas centrais hidrelétricas e nós temos 16 centrais geradoras hidrelétricas que são de menor porte, mas não menos impactante, porque é possível que muitas delas sejam licenciadas pelos estados e não tem interconexão, portanto, análise cumulativa de impacto entre o federal e o estadual. Para que isso aconteça, é preciso que o CISNAMA funcione a contento. Esse é o grande desafio. Aqui um pouco de mineria, de mineração também, isso dá a dimensão de onde estão talvez as nossas principais minas hoje no Brasil. Trouxe para vocês alguns marcos legais relacionados à participação cidadã na avaliação de impacto ambiental no Brasil. A nossa política ambiental é de 1981, né? Precisa ser atualizada, mas é um marco, e é um marco importante. Então, é a Lei 938 que estabeleceu a Política Nacional de Meio Ambiente no Brasil. E nós temos resoluções do CONAMA que são fundamentais, né? A primeira delas é de 1986, que proporciona os princípios básicos e as diretrizes gerais para avaliação de impacto ambiental. E ela traz o que eu chamo a atenção ali, está negritado, mas eu acho que ela traz, além de determinação de como se faz o estudo de impacto ambiental, ela traz a figura da audiência pública, que é, talvez hoje, no licenciamento ambiental do Brasil, ainda o requisito mais importante de participação social. É pouco, mas ainda é o que nós temos de mais importante. Nós temos uma outra resolução CONAMA de 1987, que estabelece os procedimentos para a celebração da audiência pública. Permitam-me ler. Então, quando a gente faz audiência pública dos processos de significativo impacto ambiental? Quando a entidade civil solicita, quando o Ministério Público solicita, quando 50 ou mais cidadãos solicitam audiência pública e quando o IBAMA entende que é necessário. Então, são nesses casos que a gente faz audiência pública. As audiências têm algumas características, né? Os estudos ambientais são distribuídos para consulta pública, eles são publicados nos sites, né, governamentais, mas a gente também pede que a empresa distribua esses estudos para as populações atingidas e a gente acompanha isso, e eles comprovam e a gente cobra essa distribuição. A gente abre um edital para abertura de prazo para solicitar audiência pública. Depois a gente publica um outro edital com cronograma, com horários, locais, lugares, etc., onde vai ser a audiência pública. E no final das audiências, a gente disponibiliza no processo de licenciamento as atas, áudios, vídeos, né, e absolutamente tudo que aconteceu na audiência pública, eles ficam também para consulta da população. Uma outra resolução CONAMA, que estabelece também procedimentos do licenciamento ambiental como um todo, com prazos, com ritos, né, com análise de competência, também traz a importância da realização de audiências públicas. Aqui um pouco mais recente, ano passado o Brasil estabeleceu um decreto que estabelece um sistema de participação social. É evidente que não apenas para avaliação de impacto ambiental, é evidente que não apenas para a área ambiental, mas para todas as áreas do governo. É novo, é um decreto que ainda precisa ser regulamentado, é um decreto que ainda precisa ser melhor estruturado para que possa trazer de forma mais qualificada a participação social na estrutura do governo. E a gente tem no licenciamento ambiental do IBAMA, a gente tem uma portaria estabelecida entre vários ministérios, que estabelece os procedimentos que regulam a atuação, a participação das populações, sobretudo indígenas e quilombolas, no licenciamento ambiental. Mas vejam, a participação ela é articulada por meio dos órgãos federais. Eu tenho 1 minuto, vou passar bastante rápido. A gente tem alguns outros procedimentos, né, reuniões públicas. Antes das audiências públicas, a gente exige do empreendedor a elaboração de planos de comunicação prévia às audiências públicas. A ideia é que elas sejam mais qualificadas e o público, de fato, impactado tenha o acesso. Nossos processos de licenciamento são públicos, qualquer cidadão pode acessar e pode acompanhar. Nós temos hoje revisão dos termos de referência e de algumas tipologias para que, antes do empreendimento acontecer, ele passe por consultas públicas das populações impactadas. E a gente tem um sistema no Brasil que a gente chama de Fala.br, que é aberto à população que também pode participar no processo de licenciamento. Nós temos boletins informativos, também disponibilizados para a sociedade sobre avaliação de impacto ambiental. E eu acho que a gente tem alguns desafios, estou acabando, tá, Valentina? Eu acho que a gente tem alguns desafios. Eu acho que tudo que eu apresentei para vocês foi muito burocrático. O que eu falei para vocês foi basicamente do licenciamento ambiental, da avaliação de impacto ambiental frente à participação social. Mas a gente tem 1000 coisas para fazer no Brasil. A gente não regulamentou a 8169 ainda, portanto, é um ambiente vasto para questionamentos. A gente ainda não ratificou o Acordo de Escazú, está lá no nosso Congresso Nacional. A gente precisa consolidar a participação social no planejamento das obras de infraestrutura, porque, como a gente não faz isso, eles acabam chegando, a participação social acaba vindo para o licenciamento ambiental ou para a avaliação de impacto ambiental. E eu acho que a gente tem que ter, sobretudo, e aí não é Brasil, aí é América Latina, aí uma educação para a cidadania. Quando a gente tem sociedade civil organizada, as coisas funcionam muito melhor. Quando não, de fato, a gente precisa de um campo. Isso, foi bastante rápido. Desculpem o portunhol, mas acho que foi possível entender. Graças.
Muchas gracias, Claudia. Muy interesante presentación, recalcando la necesidad también de educación, ¿no? De educación y fortalecimiento de capacidades.
Now, I would like to offer the floor to Diana Suarez. She is legal advisor of the environmental policy of the Peruvian Organization for Environmental Activities. Thank you, Valentina. Thank you for the invitation and ECLAC for allowing us to be here. And thank you very much, all of you. And I want to greet all of the delegations from the states that are here that have either ratified or not the Escazú Agreement, as well as the organizations of the civil society, the youth, and the panel that is here with us today. I would like to start letting you know how the rights for citizens' participation are working in the environmental assessment impacts. Environmental impact assessments. We have had for a number of years free elections, and it goes through processes and political instability. And I am sure that we will have many people feeling identified with these common problems, and spaces such as these are helping us to reflect on the important gaps that exist in the access that we have, and it allows us to think about how to tackle it as best as possible. Now, how this has been acknowledged in our country, the right to citizens' participation is in the Constitution as a fundamental right, without forgetting that there are other human rights treaties. And now, talking about the environmental sectorial aspects, we have the environmental aspects that are incorporating rights as a principle, and we have a national environmental impact system expressing that the authorities at local, regional level should issue standards, guidelines to guarantee and facilitate the access to information and the right of citizens' participation throughout the whole environmental impact process, including the early stages and design of the project. It is in this sense that the productive sectors carry out and issue regulations for environmental protections where they guide the environmental impact process focused in that sector, and they establish different mechanisms for the citizens' participation depending on the size and scope of the project. Unfortunately, and given the fact that we have a regulatory framework that considers the participation of citizens, our numbers are not the best ones. The Ombudsman already expressed it in the previous event that to March 2024, 60% of the total of the social conflicts existing in Peru all linked to environmental issues. And from 2007, we have records through the Ombudsman's office. Most of the conflicts are related to environmental issues. Therefore, this means that we have to think about the following question. Is it enough to have a regulation of the citizens' participation in the environmental impact assessment process to ensure an effective exercise of these rights? And the response is not necessarily. I have brought 3 specific challenges that could be implemented in the environmental impact process to elevate those standards of citizens' participation and to improve the mechanisms to ensure an effective exercise of rights.
Ahora, el primer desafío es
The first challenge is that we urgently have to break down that belief that the more participation, there's less income of investments. I will not tell you about the evidences that ensure that there are mechanisms of participation that are the best ones. Therefore, will be more trust and legitimacy in this relationship of community, state, and private enterprise that are the owners of the project. And this provides more sustainability to investments. And there are certain standards that are being tackled in terms of human rights. Now, within this first challenge, we have that investments have to be using the perspective of human rights, as already mentioned. But while they exist, or there are mechanisms of participation that are the best ones in the decision-making process, there will be more legitimacy. How can then we make these rights effective? More than just regulations that we might have in terms of citizens' participation, it is necessary to have state and actors all working in these projects, and the environmental impact process will interpret these regulations as an approach that will allow the involvement of the population in the decision-making process. Why am I expressing this? Because more than just the standards that we might have in terms of the participation and the benefits that this can bring in the legitimacy of the investment projects in a sustainable fashion, we should not forget that the right to participation is a fundamental right acknowledged in the Constitution and with international standards of human rights, in which the states of Latin America and the Caribbean are all part of. Therefore, the goal of this participation is to comply or fulfill this, and that citizens can exert their rights.
Entonces, ahora paso al segundo desafío.
My second challenge is to provide the state with tools to reduce the important implementation gap that exists. A while ago, I let you know that we have a regulatory framework, but this does not mean that we should not be thinking about updating our standards. We have regulations of participation that are more than 20 years old, such as in the case of transportation and strategic activities such as the creation or construction of a highway in the Amazon, or transportation in ports and others. Now, going to our third challenge, as I don't have too much time left, it is important to define the international guidelines, and the Escazú Agreement provides us with an opportunity to internalize these standards and align them to other international standards such as the OECD, the Open Government Alliance, and other initiatives. there are many different challenges that we have in Peru and Latin America to make this participation effective in environmental aspects, and we still have a long path ahead of us. It is not always talking about sustainable development, looking for the balance between economic, environmental, and social aspects, but the sectors have not necessarily internalized the concept. So, from the civil society, all together with the academia, with the youth, indigenous groups, we have to establish priorities that exist that will provide an evolution in environmental rights. Thank you very much. Thank you, Viana. And thank you for sticking to time. We this morning have been delayed, so that is very important. We have to adapt to the time frame. I would now like to offer the floor to Ana Maria Zamora. She is a vice president of the Colombian Association of Mining, and it is very interesting to hear the voice of Colombia. So thank you very much.
Buenos días. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I greet the chair, the secretariat, ECLAC, and authorities, as well as all of the countries under Escazú and observer countries as well. I think it's quite representative to be able to be here in this scenario, facing one of the sectors that have a great relationship with the social conflicts in our countries. I will refer to the conversation at hand, that is public participation in environmental assessment. Colombia has a green constitution. We're proud of it. We are a country with an environmental ministry since the 90s. In our constitution, we also have articles on citizen participation. We have a law on citizen participation. We have a law, number 99, that is in charge of everything having to do with the environment. We have a clear licensing system that follows the law and other regulations. All of the sectors uh, that have to do with that require licensing must be attended, and we can do so. But we have some special situations that make us need to talk about the lack of security for that the environmental leaders face. We have also stigma between the productive sector, the development sector, and those that want to go for conservation. We have signed ILO 169 article. We have previous consultations, and with the country with a greater jurisprudence development in terms of our previous consultation. And we have something interesting that we apply previous consultation not only for indigenous people, but also for Afro descendants and Rom or Gypsy communities. But with all of this legal order, we still have no guarantees, and I repeat what you said. We have no guarantee that this participation be effective, that the processes are calm in our country. We have 34% of our territory in protected areas. We have five biosphere reserves. We have the flatlands, we have wetlands. We have a very rich biodiversity, and we appreciate that value. But that does not necessarily mean that everything has been solved and that we are all in roses. Here we have the director of environmental licenses, and he can talk about the difficulties that we face every day. The first challenge that has to do with implementation of Escazú doesn't come from the content of the agreement itself. No, the first problem has to do with the expectations we have in participation and access to information, because just having access doesn't ensure that decisions will favor you. Even though Escazú is open for the participation of all sectors of the population, where we participate as private sector, that is probably the great value that we see in this instrument. There are certain situations where there is more space or specific space for some segments for the population, but not for others. And then the conversations are tense. And I think that Escazú will help us to level off this highway where we all must uh, run. But here we have operational challenges as well. This is an agreement that provides rights and opportunities to all parties. The state then will have to have an important burden in putting at the service of all communities with a speedy fashion all of the information that is required and that is involved in environmental licensing. Right now, we have the participation of the third parties and public participation in the request for environmental licenses, that is environmental assessment impact in the follow-up and modification. That means that part of the battle has already been won, but there are 12 kinds of licenses. There's a national licenses that is in the hands of AMLA, and that exercise has been well implemented with the sound information systems, with the vital window where people can make a consultation on the procedures and the files involved. But we also have a local licensing system. That is the second one with the autonomous localities for smaller projects. And the gap that we have between the available information at ANLA and at the local environmental corporations is tremendous. And in the end, this harms the community, but also it harms the legitimacy that the licensing projects should have. Well, that is what's happening in the country, but we, mining sector, ever since we had the first idea about what Escazú would be all about, we also decided to go forward in an internal exercise. At our association, the Mining Association, we identify and we analyze the status of citizen participation in this extractive industry. We made a study with a PhD from a Colombian university, and at on that occasion there were 22 instances for participation in the licensing process from the request of the mining uh, title up to the closure of mines. Unfortunately, though, this space has not been sufficiently uh, granted for the smaller companies. But we must, for example, change so that public hearings, for example, are only in the hands of the relevant players or authorities, where they talk about how wonderful things are, changing these scenarios into rather a political and not a technical space. An exercise has been made so that everything having to do with participation would become a tripartite table where there's the authority, the one that is requesting the environmental assessment, and community naturally, with a three-paw table. When one of the paws does not feel representative, then the function is lost. And this is the effort that we are facing now, opening up the space to conversation for all, and with an expectation of knowing exactly what these spaces are all about. When we try to identify these spaces, we also identify the mechanisms, new mechanisms to balance it out. And we decided to go towards sustainable mining. This is a pattern of mining that is followed by 8 or 10 countries. I think Brazil, Argentina are in this same path. The idea is to bring in more transparency and more available information on the part of extractive mining so that this information be public. We tried to make a diagnosis. We went into a self-rating process. Then a third verifier comes to see what's happening, how ranked you are, to find out whether your view is the appropriate one. And finally, this must be posted in an open web page so that the population can access this information. Right now, we are closing the constitutionality of the agreement in Colombia. We hope to soon already be part of Escazú. Evidently, we fear about what's going to happen with the information, the sharing of information, and how we will be able to avoid the political use of the technical information by authorities. And as a result of a licensing and environmental impact in assessment impact. But if this is done correctly, appropriately, and in listening to all of you during these days, I can tell you that we are feeling assured that that is a serious institution that has been responsible in its proceedings with the aim of following up development in our territories and ensuring um, um, trust amongst all players involved. Thank you. Thank you, Ana Maria. You have talked about something that we have already noticed. Uh, Sometimes somebody from the services representing the state comes over, but we must also dialogue with state representatives in order to see things that go beyond, on occasions, the environmental assessment impact. Thank you. I now give the floor to Sebastian Bastin, senior attorney from the World Bank. Thank you. I wish to greet all delegations here present. I also greet civil society, communities, youth, and people at large. I also thank ECLAC and SEA Network for the possibility of being here in this panel, talking about public participation in environmental impact assessment. I don't have much time, but still I would not miss the opportunity to congratulate COP, civil society, communities, and the public for the approval yesterday of the regional plan for human rights defenders protection in the region. A lot was said on this yesterday, but I'd like to say that we find that that is a very important landmark for the region. And it sets solid groundwork to change the situation that human rights defenders face in Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, returning to the subject at hand, to look at the perspective from the World Bank and the multilateral banks. Let us talk about the World Bank's standards in public participation in everything having to do with R&D that we fund with our member states. The bank, since 2018, has an environmental framework with a list of 10 standards. These are standards that are also followed by state parties of Escazú. These state parties are also members of the World Bank, which is an international organization. It's a cooperative amongst the states. Shall we say so? Our standards are applied as our member states and also member states of Escazú. Now, what I want to tell you is that according to Article 7 of Escazú, in public participation, there are synergies with our standards for public participation and access to information. A first critical pillar is that our umbrella standard that has to do with assessment, management, and environmental assessment has to do with social assessment as well. We're not just talking about the impact, but we're also talking about the social impact, trying to look at the relevance of social, cultural elements in the assessment process. This is what we ask states when they request funds for their projects. One of the critical principles also in our framework has to do with the promotion of the adoption of differentiated measures so that the negative impacts created by R&D projects will not fall in vulnerable individuals or groups and also to take advantage of the benefits of development and opportunities that may come from a project. So it's not just looking at a diminishing impact on vulnerable people, but also how to do an equitable distribution of the benefits of the project. And here, the standards of participation, and by the way, the framework does have a specific mention of indigenous people with as beneficiaries and people who will benefit and also who should have a free and informed consent. And we're talking about standard number 10 that has to do with participation.
It promotes a systemic approach to public participation to have a constructive relationship between the agencies that implement the project and the affected parties. Mainly, I would highlight that the standard determines the interested parties and also those that may have an interest in general and are also included in the participation process. So the idea is to ensure that participation affects the project design. And so the standard promotes the early participation throughout the life cycle of the project. Life cycle from the logic of financing by the multilateral agency that does not necessarily coincide with what happens at a national level with the environmental impact assessments. And I will return to that in a moment. But the communication of appropriate information as a precondition to promote early participation and then continuous participation effectively. The standard describes the need to identify who are the stakeholders in the project. The standard requires having channels for participation by the stakeholders who are interested in different parts of the project, and this is analysis done for all projects, not just infrastructure, but also human development, education, health, and the communication of the information, as I mentioned earlier, and addressing and sustaining the reservations or praises and also continuous representation and with the interested parties throughout the project. The bank has carried out a series of tools and resources that are available on our website, including notes on guidance for each standard, elaborating on each concept, and also models and formats to help the implementing agencies to design the channels for participation by the stakeholders. And also we have a guidance sheet that aims to achieve significant participation of the stakeholders throughout the life cycle of the project. And this highlights that it is necessary to begin by identifying the existing processes for participation and based on practice and the regulations in the country, and see if it is possible to use, partially at least, and introduce that to the project, and then what else could be done. So the standard does not operate in a void, no. But you know that when you're financing a development project for a state, this entails tremendous institutional and regulatory scaffolding that you need to take into account. And here we're interested in where these practices of public participation are actually carried out. In terms of vulnerable groups, the bank also has notes of good practices in terms of gender, with a a brief chapter on public participation, focused on questions that should be asked, what should be thought in order to include the gender approach to public management, the same with non-discrimination and capacities. And the same thing in terms of non-discrimination and gender identity and sexual violence. All of these resources are available on the World Bank website. And on account of the time, I've already been sent the paper saying I have 30 seconds left. And so I will end by saying that clearly we see a synergy between Article 7 and what the bank seeks to promote. Strengthen having the public participation systems, and this is also part of the agenda of the World Bank and helps us to better implement these things. And then lastly, these standards ultimately reflect good international practices. I cannot speak for other development agencies, but if you take a look at these environmental and social policies today of IDB, CAP, maybe even Asia or Africa cooperation, you will see similar things. So the challenge, of course, lies in the implementation, and our social and environmental framework is fairly new. But well, let's give this opportunity for dialogue on cooperation. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Bastian, for putting across this perspective of the World Bank and others similars that are possible. Well, we're told that there's not much time left. We're going to send in the questions that have already been written down, and I agree to answer them for you by email. And Carla, I think, has a microphone because maybe we have space and time for one or two. Over there and there, yes. Thank you all for this valuable instance to hear of the experiences in other countries. I am a professor of environment law at University of Concepcion in the south of Chile and advisor to the executive director for Chile. I'd like to ask the representative of the World Bank the following. We as Latin America are very much aware that investments are often selected in each country depending on just how relaxed our rules and laws are, and different harmonization processes like they have in Europe, where standards become similar. We do not have a similar process for the harmonization of standards. With the exception of Escazú, we have no international treaty that standardizes our demands. So that is why it is so important that in terms of environmental impact assessment, we should take the opportunity to put up and review all our standards so that we're not selected as a country because our rules and regulations are more slack. Could you tell us of successful experience in mining and where international standards promoted by the World Bank had practical repercussions in significant terms that we could follow as good experiences? Thank you. Thank you, Professor Veronica Delgado. It seems that the question was for Bastian, so the floor is yours. Thank you, Valentina, and I thank you for the question. Well, at the World Bank, the International Organization for rather the OECD has not been working with public agencies, and so therefore I could not share with you a concrete example for the mining sector, but what I can convey in general terms is that it is quite a challenge. It has been a real challenge for us to implement the environmental and social frameworks. As this implementation began, it's good, very rich, and it's interesting to see. But of course, putting all these things into practice does have its difficulties. And you have an institutional capacity, so the less regulatory development we have, the more difficult it is to implement the environmental framework to investment projects. And so I think that the message really is to try and have harmonization in the region. And I believe that the agreement is without a doubt a good step to set a floor. Thank you. Thank you, Bastian. There's a gentleman at the back who'd asked for the floor, and then I have Rosario Luca, the representative of Uruguay, who's asked for the floor. Gustavo Ordaniz. Hi, Gustavo Ordaniz Ortega from Mexico City. I would like to make 2 or 3 comments and a question. The first, Valentina, when you presented, you spoke about negotiations. I'd like to know if you could tell us a bit more of this. What does that mean, and what were you referring to? And second, as the representative of the World Bank said, I believe that the challenge at the end of the day is effective implementation. We can have regulations, guidelines, etc., and that's fine. But the challenge is being able to ensure that implementation had to do with, and it is often that there is where we run short. So we should make an effort to have that criteria so that these things may be implemented appropriately. The third comment I would like to make is that in the case of Mexico, when resolutions are passed in terms of environmental impact, what the authorities have done occasionally is they have a figure called the Environmental Vigilance Committee. And that committee is comprised of representatives of different sectors of the city. And what they do is to oversee that the terms and conditions imposed in resolutory decisions actually are carried out. And if not, they must be reported and act consequently. I'd like to know if this exists elsewhere in other countries, and maybe we could exchange experiences. And lastly, regarding early participation, one thing that I found very interesting was the feasibility study in terms of environmental impact. That is, why is a project submitted to an environmental impact process if it's not going to be consequent lately? later. So why not do a trial run and then draw conclusions? And I think that figure could be interesting. And it could also save a lot of the problems in the existing conflicts between those who promote, those who invest, and the society at large. Thank you. Thank you, Gustavo. And well, following the order of the questions and comments, I would now like to answer first, since I was asked about the prior negotiations. In our system, we are obliged, and this was greatly argued at the time, 2010. This was a reform of environmental institutionality and also the environmental impact system. And it was discussed whether it was possible or not to event or prohibit or violate what they are doing, because it was said that they could break the social tissue, and so therefore they could be very favorable to make a project viable. Now, finally, from that discussion, what was left in the system is the obligation of the principal to inform if there have been prior negotiations, but restricted to negotiations on environmental compensation. That is, there is no obligation to report if there are negotiations of another type. That is what we have today in our legal system. And I would add, in relation to the feasibility study, something similar, we could have it. But I don't know, maybe an assessment could end anticipatedly. Not a rejection, but the information is returned if it does not contain essential relevant information that allows the environmental impact study to continue, because the possibilities for iteration were restricted. This also considers changes. For example, the possibility that this be territorial incompatibility. You can interrupt the assessment so as not to continue assessing when you have an entity that it would be impossible to approve the project. But this is today under discussion. I would like to hand over to my colleagues. I think that there should be a question directed specifically to Sebastian, but it could also be Diana, Ana Maria, or Claudia to answer the question regarding the feasibility of the committee for environmental surveillance.
Hola, Gustavo.
No, it's not exactly the figure of the committee, but I did mention, apologies again, Portuguese is not a working language at this COP.
Indígenas e remanescentes de quilombo não estão pacificadas, os órgãos responsáveis não concedem as autorizações. Então, o licenciamento acaba não acontecendo. O IBAMA espera essas manifestações, que são os órgãos, a rigor, que trabalham com a participação popular nessas comunidades. É algo relativamente similar ao que você está falando.
Claudia, ¿alguno de mis colegas quiere contestar? ¿El panelista?
Would any of my colleagues like to reply? Well, perhaps in terms of pre-feasibility, a project of the bank doesn't necessarily have any correlation with the environmental impact declaration. Sometimes what we promote is the inclusion of components in the project. You need to make an assessment and then take it to the board. That's what you had to do now. We believe perhaps we do the pre-feasibility earlier. Thank you, Sebastián. Uruguay has the floor. Rosario? Good morning. Thank you for the presentations. It's important to improve these instances of public participation. And of course, public participation is of the utmost importance. Those are our objectives. And the public, the citizens, and civil societies, I feel it's pretty much the same in every country. The objectives, we have our own objectives, being able to participate and improve these experiences. Last week, we were able to provide guidelines for the public hearings and some relevant projects that we have in this country. It is recent and it's not even on the website yet. But the question here at the table was we understand that when attempting to improve our situation, and which several countries are doing, we've carried out an assessment of the impact of this decision making. It's important to generate trust. On one hand, we're trying to work with the legislation in our country, even more so now with the Escazú agreement, trying to improve access to information. And this participation that calls the local communities and different players, we're all trying to see how it works and how they modify things in order to finally arrive at the conclusion of a project. So we need to evaluate impact in decision making. So my question is, have any countries made any progress in this sense? Before we finish, I believe it was Mexico that we have our environmental impact assessment law. We have this figure, which is feasibility or pre-feasibility. And it is when you submit project. And sometimes things can vary, like an industry or recreational center. And there's an assessment where you can assess what is going to be done, but sometimes it just simply cannot be done. So basically, then you wouldn't be able to continue with environmental impact assessment. And for some things, we don't have that figure, but for other projects, we do. In regards to our Mexican colleagues' question. Thank you, Rosario, for your question, for the information. We're going to continue with the ordinary session here at the network. We must be able to measure impact. We all are interested in taking into account all these citizen observations in order to make changes and modifications to the project and best include everyone. It's important to quantify and measure quality. I'd like to offer the floor to our colleagues in case anyone wants to make comments on Rosario's comment or question.
Sobre la pregunta que hicieron en Uruguay, quisiera poner un ejemplo concreto de lo que ocurrió en Perú.
Well, I just want to mention case of Peru. There was a ruling of the Inter-American Human Rights Court where they said that the state is responsible of not vulnerating the right to participation of people. We saw this in Loroya. There was damage to several people given operations of this complex. And then we saw that the state, although the state had implemented a series of measures and provided information to the population on the risks to health that this new metallurgical plant had, it was deemed that the information was not sufficient for the population to make informed decisions on the impact and how these activities would affect their health. So it's not always the right way to measure these aspects. It's important to better understand the responsibility of the states and see how their rights fall into place so that the mechanisms for participation can be effective and we prevent these breaches in these rights. Thank you very much. We are extremely late. I need to conclude because we need to go for lunch and then we have more COP activities. So I'd like to thank the panelists and of course ECLAC and the organizing team. As we mentioned earlier, the CEA has a web page, red LaCEA.com, and we can use the form. Please enter your questions on the form and we will answer. So please count on us for that. And I'd like to thank our panelists, thank the environmental impact agencies and ECLAC for hosting this important meeting for us. Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Valentina, Claudia, Diana, Ana María y Bastián.
Thank you, Valentina, Claudia, Mariana, and Sebastián. We are concluding the 3 special sessions we had for the COP for this morning, which are on Articles 6 and 5, Article 7, Article 8, and Article 7. So these are examples of implementation, and that is the objective of the agreement. That is why one of the most important decisions made here have to do with implementation, and given that it is a conference of the parties, these are examples of the things we will be discussing. Red La Sella has generated many synergies with Escazú. They are working. We hope that the agreements will soon be implemented through the network. I wanted to mention that on some of the questions, the Secretary General of the UN has summoned a panel to analyze the strategic minerals for energy transition. There is ongoing international work to define common guidelines, and there's a series of standards as well. And we had a session on mining standards recently, so there's other areas where we can continue to work simultaneously. I would conclude that we still have, by saying that we have a lot of work here, many decisions that have yet to be approved. So I would like to ask that you be here promptly at 2:30 so we can continue our sessions. Please remember to take your personal belongings with you. Thank you all very much.
Este tema se utiliza para la discusión. Sistema de información ambiental.
esta experiencia de profesor Diana.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, everybody. We will start this session, and I would like you to take into consideration point 6 of the approved agenda related to other matters. According to the decision projects that were already distributed, we have 3 that need to be worked on. The draft decision project on national focal points of the parties, the decision project on the mainstreaming on gender, and the third one is the next meeting of the Conference of the Parties, where we'll analyze these 3 projects and we will be looking for consensus for them. We'll then work on point 1 that is still pending. And we will then try to go to a coffee break. That will be very important in this case, as we will invite you for the official photo. And I learned that here we call it a family photo. And this is why I use it. I like the term family photo. After the coffee break, we will be dealing with a decision project, or the speaker corrects himself. We will go to other matters, point 6 that are still pending, which is financial aspects. And the intervention proposed by Bolivia. I believe I'm not forgetting anything, and we will then go straight to the closing session that we will try to have it at around 6 p.m.
Having said that, we will first of all take a look at the draft decision on national focal points. Parties, national focal points. You have received it. It was published on the conference's website. This came due to the need to code or to have in a single text something that is already occurring. That is, to formally appoint contact points in each study, in each state, in order to facilitate communication between the organs of the agreement and state parties. The model adopted were decisions from other environmental multilateral agreements and adjusting them to Escazú. This project aims at the parties formally appoint focal points and keep them updated so as to send and receive your communication related to Escazú. The project has a list of a series of functions, and this is stated as an example that focal points should do, such as receive and send communications, to send the national implementation plans, try to get state representation in meetings, support discussion, and the transmission of documents between states, among other things. The project has an annex with a form in order to harmonize appointment and changes that may take place. I open to your consideration the draft decision document 240032.5.
Separé el vaso para que no haya ningún accidente.
I'm taking the glass away so as to avoid any accident. If no one has requested the floor, that means approved. We will now submit to the consideration of the plenary the draft decision on streamlining gender perspective. This is a very important draft decision. It is something that we have already announced on COP number 1. It was repeated at COP number 2. On those occasions, various states underscored the need to address this topic in our agreement. The draft decision here submitted insists on principles of equality, non-discrimination, persons and groups in vulnerability, and the need to adapt participation to the gender of the public. It also emphasizes the important role of women in pursuing this agreement and naturally in its implementation. The project recognizes gender perspective in the agreement and encourages parties to continue fostering gender perspective and recommends that the parties lead Escazú to other regional fora. They mentioned the need to include the gender perspective in protecting human rights defenders in environmental matters, requesting that we still continue to register at the Observatory of Principle 10 the progress made by the parties, and that should be constantly communicated. This is, I believe, a pretty scopy draft decision, and here we must thank the contribution, the effort, and the flexibility of the Mexican delegation. Mexico conducted efforts so that we would be able to submit this over here. I will then open the floor for anyone who wishes to comment on this draft decision. I have someone who has requested the floor. Please introduce yourself. Thank you. I am Olimpia Castillo Blanco from Communications and Environmental Education in Mexico. As public and on behalf of the Escazú Network, even though I'm sorry that we were not at the beginning of a gender plan, but still we have provided our support to the draft decision that we are now considering on streamlining gender, and we do believe, we trust the mainstreaming gender, and we do believe that this perspective should help to create a healthy environment, especially for women defenders in the region. Let us recall that the gender equality and the empowerment of women these are well known in topics referring to human rights, and they are prerequisite for sustainability. We believe that it is necessary to mainstream gender so that many women may face the gaps in meeting their right to access to information, participation, and justice. So together with the elected public representatives and others, we have submitted to UN Women a request so that in the framework of interagency cooperation, they support the process through a series of guidelines that should be used in the region. The states would then be able to have international action and correct implementation of gender perspective mainstreaming. Thank you. Thank you. I thank you for your attention and for your preciseness. Chile, Bolivia, and someone in the back. Chile, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. As you well know, Chile has a policy that aims at bringing equality and inclusion and gender as a basic to strengthen democracy and to protect human rights. Thus, Chile is now satisfied to approve this decision on mainstreaming gender and in everything having to do with Escazú. We believe that the inclusive, significant public participation in the environment must include a gender perspective in a cross-cutting way, active participation and specific considerations of gender should be there in all stages. Women would then be empowered both locally and nationally in order to have sustained results protecting the environment and promoting environmental justice in the region. Committed with this, Chile, in our national implementation plan, has considered the participation of women and girls, and these contributions have been important so that we may have a public policy now that strengthens environmental plans. We may recall that in October last year, in the meeting of environmental ministers in the region held in Panama, we approved decision number 6 that says advancing gender equality in environmental management in Latin America and the Caribbean. It brings in a regional working plan 23-25 on gender and the environment. We invite everyone to implement the decision, taking advantage of the synergies that may come about through the implementation of other international agreements in gender and environment. We also invite you to highlight in other fora the standards that are found in Escazú. Thank you, Chile. Bolivia. Thank you. The Bolivian delegation has followed this draft decision on mainstreaming gender. And we also believe that it's important to include in paragraph 2 that talks about having gender perspective in the compliance implementation of the agreement. We also believe that aside from this, we should diminish the patriarchal nature of our societies. This involves a historic, political, and cultural process in order to change the way people think or act in view of colonial capitalist neoliberal action on men, on women, and also on our Mother Earth. That is why in this effort we could create a mutual harmonious relationship without violence, without exploitation, without exclusion or discrimination between people against women and our communities. I think it's important then to include this the desire to diminish the patriarchal nature of our societies. Thank you, Bolivia. You have the floor, the person in front. I am Maria Jose Lubertino from the network of defenders of the environment and well-being from Argentina, and I'm a feminist from Latin America and the Caribbean. Both associations are made up by farmer women, indigenous women, human rights lawyers, biologists, geographers, all working for an eco-feminist well-being. And naturally, we would like, first of all, to thank the Secretariat and the COP for approving yesterday the decision to protect our defenders. I also thank UN Women and ECLAC and everything that is conducted under Anna Westbridge and ECLAC's leadership under Manuela Baeza. They have collaborated throughout the years with this process to empower women defenders of human rights and also to have a voice in these fora.
I, of course, support the need to have this resolution for mainstreaming and support all collective groupings in Latin America and the Caribbean. The need for this to be left not only in the resolution, but that it be implemented via guidelines, support of agencies and entities to make the implementation of the resolution effective. And of course, we believe that it is very important to not only recognize women whose rights are being violated and the victims of violence and the victims of this patriarchal approach. And as we were saying yesterday, we are absolutely convinced to put life at the heart, to recover harmony with nature, to once again care for our territories. And I believe it is very important that everyone here listen to the voice of diversities that we do hear, but not that much, because we believe that the struggle of feminists and the struggle of eco-feminists is not merely for the rights of women, but girls, adolescents, and young women in our diversity. And therefore, of course, it is important that they heard at this forum and each day more the voice of Afro and indigenous women, of peasant women, rural and urban women who today are the victims of extractivism, but will surely be the key players of the changes that our region needs to show that it is possible to have economic development that is compatible with life and good living. So thank you very much, and let's hope the rapid approval of this resolution and being able to continue working together so that this resolution be made the most of in each corner of our countries, and that more states may adhere and ratify the Escazú Agreement soon. And of course, that this resolution be applied intergenerationally and sexually. Thank you. Thank you. And now the delegation of Mexico. Mexico has the floor. Thank you, Chairman. For Mexico, gender mainstreaming and the inclusion of women in decision-making processes and implementation of public policies for sustainable development are issues of priority that have been recognized in various instruments and global agreements and it regionally through the regional gender agenda. The women of our region face challenges and barriers, specific ones too, in exercising their rights to the access of information, public participation, and justice in environmental matters. In this context, for Mexico, within the framework of our policies, for feminist policies, it is necessary to accompany the decision in our country with the support of the public. In order to strengthen the text, Mexico proposes some amendments that, albeit have not been distributed, it seems that were already published on the website, and we will tell you about them as follows. That in the preamble, paragraph 3, we suggest adding a reference to the Inter-American Convention for the Prevention, Sanction, and Eradicate Violence Against Women, better known as the Convention of Belém do Pará. And then, with regard to the preamble of paragraph 4, we would prefer to only call attention to the existence of the General Recommendation 39 on the rights of women and indigenous girls of the Convention on the Eradication of all forms of discrimination against women. And then moving on to the operations side, paragraph 2, we would like to include that there is mention of women in their full diversity, including indigenous women. And in the wording, it would say encourages the parties to continue striving for the full and effective participation of women in their entire diversity, including indigenous women, and from the gender equality approach and the path for national implementation. And then lastly, we would like to recognize the comments on driving interagency cooperation that we heard about a few moments ago, suggesting that paragraph 6 is be added that could read. ECLAC is requested to draft, with the support of UN Women, a guideline for gender mainstreaming and the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, and that this be presented at the following meeting of the Conference of the Parties. All of this, for which we request support by the parties, promotes the active participation of women in their full diversity in the full and effective implementation of the Escazú Agreement. We especially thank the efforts made by the public in which have allowed us that today we'll be putting up in the agenda of the forum this gender approach. Thank you. Thank you, Mexico. I think I have two more requests here, UNDP, the public, and then UN Women. UNDP is recognized. Ladies first. I thank UNDP, and I thank the chair, secretariat, and UN Women. It congratulates everyone with the gender approach. Escazú is at the height of other conventions, agreements, and the international legal framework. And of course, UN Women is at the service of the state, of our sister agencies and the public to work and coordinate what has been requested by the public and also what has been requested by the states who have intervened so far, and is at your disposition to work on the guidelines or instruments that you consider necessary to facilitate the inclusion of the gender approach to the implementation of the agreement. And for this facilitation, to reach effective and successful outcomes, we would suggest that when working with the gender approach, we may achieve outcomes never before imagined. The cultural changes that have been achieved since the women and feminist movements have spoken out, and so we believe that this is without precedent, so we believe we will continue with this tradition to reach the deep changes that we need at this particular time. Thank you. Thank you, UN Women. And now I recognize the elected representative of the public, Irene. Yes, thank you, President, Chairman. And for the elected representative of the public, it is a pleasure to be discussing this topic that we have been putting on the table for quite some time now. We would like to thank the States Party for discussing this draft decision, and in particular, Mexico for having driven the decision in conversations prior to this COP. we think it is very important to work on the issue of mainstreaming the gender approach, particularly in the plans to implement the agreement and implement the plan to protect the defenders, which we have already addressed in this sense. We would also like to support the idea of the guidelines to facilitate for state parties this mainstreaming task, and in this sense express a request that the changes suggested by Mexico be adopted, and as always offer our commitment and will to support these processes. Thank you. I thank the representative of the public and now recognize the representative of a UNEP. No, sorry, United Nations Development Program. Thank you, Chairman. According to what was expressed by my colleague at UN Women, I would like to say that we share with UNDP the view of gender mainstreaming and approach under the Escazú Agreement. This is essential because it promotes the recognition of women as custodians of nature, and that in the most recent Human Development Report, the empowerment of women as custodians of nature is defined. This is linked to aspirations related to social justice and increased freedoms and control of people of their own life for the current and future generations, and that in this sense, the lack of recognition of the needs and differentiated barriers faced by both men and women perpetuates patterns of exclusion and creates new inequalities. And it is alarming that 4 out of 10 women in the region lack accessible and appropriate, as ECLAC has said, and only 8 to 30% are owners of land, factors that severely restrict their participation in environmental matters. We also face an alarming correlation between gender violence and environmental violence. From 2015 and 2016, 2,197 attacks were documented against environmental defenders in Mesoamerica, with 44%, including a gender component. Implementation of this CASU agreement represents an opportunity to address these inequalities by promoting access to technology and effective participation by women, especially in rural communities and indigenous communities. That is why recognizing and appreciating the differentiated contributions made by men and women in environmental conservation and climate resilience is essential. We know, as was said, that in our region, women and girls are actively involved in the responsible use and protection of the natural surroundings by means of conservation and employment of sustainable practices in order to improve the resilience of ecosystems and human well-being. And that is why the implementation of this agreement has the great potential of recognizing, addressing inequalities, and innovating. It is time for conservation and sustainable use of resources take a new matrix where investing in gender, the approach, reducing gender violence, or economic empowerment of women should not be seen as separate issues, but rather catalyzing elements that will lead to a transformation of our economies towards a model of development that is sustainable. And I would like to end by saying that precisely we see with great pleasure the possibility of having this decision, hoping this may lead to tools for action in terms of gender, and that may include a clear roadmap in each reality of the region where the Escazú agreement must be made a reality with a gender equality approach. Thank you. Thank you, UNDP. And now the delegation of Panama. Thank you, Chairman. And so with regard to the proposal presented by our sister country, Mexico, and taking into account that in Panama we have, and we've already taken into account, a gender plan with regard to climate change. Well, definitely we do support this initiative, and we see with very good eyes that we should do so working with in an interagency way, which supports the implementation of the Escazú agreement. So we support the initiative and we're at your service to support. Thank you, Panama. UNEP is now recognized. Andrea Busco. Thank you, Chairman. We would like to congratulate the states parties for the proposal and discussion of this draft decision that fosters measures, actions, and activities to integrate and strengthen the gender approach in matters related to the Escazú Agreement. I will briefly refer to paragraph 7 of the draft decision in order to move ahead in the mainstreaming of the gender approach, already committing ourselves to strengthen our partnerships with all interested parties.
As we've said, overcoming the three environmental planetary crises requires a comprehensive approach, including gender equality as a fundamental pillar. And for this, we need to overcome the existing gaps. We must revert the causes that generate the differentiated impacts and disproportionate effects of climate change and pollution on women. All this is aggravated by poverty and inequality, especially in rural women and Afro descendants, as well as indigenous people. Women act as agents of change for sustainable change, resilience, protection, the conservation of the environment, and reduction of the risk of disasters. We observe that women continue to be underrepresented by their decision making. They occupy 35% of the positions in the Ministry of the Environment. Only 10% of these disaster offices have women as a maximum authority, and the agriculture, energy, and water ministries, women represent only 12 to 19% and 22%, respectively, of women decision maker positions. This is the result of information of the agencies that we were able to work with, looking at the profile and gender equality in Latin America and the Caribbean, which was presented this past March 8th. We also have UN Women present here today. At UNEP, we're proud to present this at the Minister of the Forum of Ministers of the region, which had 21 countries present. Not much has gone by since 2018, where we had the Ministerial Forum in Buenos Aires, and during these years, it has been consolidated as a reference for gender integration in environmental affairs. The UNEP will continue to support the gender group and continue to adopt this Escazú agreement in order to generate a greater impact on the lives of women in our region. We will be very attentive to collaborate in this decision-making framework for this conference of the parties. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Gracias al PENUMA. Tiene la palabra UNICEF.
Has the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paula Pacheco. I am an extraordinary head of UNICEF, and I would like to offer the floor to Daniel Valdovinos. He's a champion for Escazú in Mexico. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for offering us this space. My name is Daniel Valdovinos from Mexico, and a non-binary person. I represent the child, adolescent, and youth sector of the pre-COP. Here's our observations. We find it extremely relevant to relevate the importance of girls, boys, adolescents in the design and implementation of the design and decision making of gender issues, so we may have a significant representation. This interdisciplinary group may generate guidelines that are gender responsive in the Escazú Agreement in order to have safeguard protocols for girls, boys, youth defenders. They are highly vulnerable and depend on adults to protect their gender identity. So girls, boys, adolescents in different territories that may have an inclusive participation with a gender focus, intercultural, and inclusion in their disabilities. A gender perspective, including other gender identities in an intergenerational manner, and different organizations of civil society have collaborated for the inclusion of boys, girls, adolescents, and youth. We make a call to the parties so they may count on us and hear our voices at Escazú. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Muchas gracias.
To ECLAC for this space. Thank you, UNICEF. I have a request from Chile, and then from the public, and then Mexico.
Le tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the last intervention. We remind you that you may always press the floor. That is the agreement of Escazú. Thank you to UNICEF for stressing this. We can support Mexico's proposal, and we're thankful that in these decisions we adopt a language that is agreed upon with recognizable instruments, and we agree with these proposals. And we see that not only a woman is willing to support.
Entonces, posiblemente podríamos trabajar una propuesta que fuese
work on a proposal that would perhaps be broader, where we could include the contributions of these different agencies, as we saw yesterday with the Defenders Plan. Thank you. Thank you, Chile. We said someone from the public has the floor. Yes, the lady in red. My name is Paula Margarita Chindó. I am a Kamsha woman. I come from Putumayo in the south of the Colombian Amazon. And with permission from my brothers and sisters of the indigenous communities that are present, I would like to thank you for the space and for having the opportunity to take the floor and to begin by suggesting the methodology. I know that there's a special interest of the delegates of the parties to offer to make comments, but we have talked about the voices of defenders. Of course, we feel that we have greater participation in the committee of applauses than in the voice that we are given. I believe that the implementation of the Escazú Agreement is based on the fact that decisions are made in these spaces, and we request that our voices be heard in order that our voices, our experiences and challenges may be reflected in any decision making. We also wanted to come to the proposal, to the project with the, we would request the approval of the resolution with gender perspective. Indigenous communities would like to make visible the role of women in the defense and care of the territory. I'd like to say that we are concerned with the Amazon region, the greater Amazon region, and I would like to say that we're concerned because we're talking about certain agreements. The Escazú Agreement, it is an action plan. Colombia needs it to be ratified with urgently. And on Friday, we hope that there is an intention to ratify it and that we all contribute to that. But it is not useful at all, and this is our invitation. The differences are more structural. The states and governments create the risk scenarios, it's behind their interests. So there's no use to guarantee, to discuss Escazú in order to protect the defenders, if on the other hand, the governments continue to issue environmental permits. So Mother Earth is not a resource to be negotiated. And while the states continue to negotiate and continue to generate greater social environmental conflicts, the more risk scenarios we will have. In terms of access to justice in environmental matters, we also need the participation of women. In our territory, most of the voices at this summit have been taken by women because women take care of a feminine being. Mother Earth is feminine. It is a mother life. So I apologize. The COP is ending and we haven't been heard. In the access to justice, a special indigenous jurisdiction must be contemplated, our own government, our own principles and life plans. And perhaps we are insisting on being visible and active and effective participation of indigenous people, but we have a special mandate. We know why we are taking care of the territory and we know how to take care of it. This is our knowledge, and the young indigenous people have this role. This is difficult for our understanding. Our responsibility now is to take this technical language to the territories and then translate them here. So in the previous panel, we had access to information, and let me mention that there is impotence because there's frustration because we're not seeing the results. It is said that it should reach all regions of the country, but that is not the reality. We need to start talking about realities from the territories. Indigenous women, indigenous people are here passing on the message of Mother Earth, as my mother always says. We don't want defending the earth to cost us our lives. We are defending our territory, we're defending life, and there must be a guaranteed training for youth, a participation of children, of women in decision making. We don't want any more intermediaries. We don't want any more external people that don't know our territorial realities speaking for us. Thank you.
Tiene la palabra México, después Argentina y Uruguay.
Mexico, Argentina, Uruguay.
México tiene la palabra.
Muchas gracias nuevamente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are taking the floor again to thank the other interested parties, states, and members of the public, agencies, of course, for your support. We are reconsidering the text that we proposed originally. I will read. 6 bis. We request the support of UN Women as well as other organizations, funds, and programs of the UN for the elaboration of a cross-cutting guide on gender perspective for the implementation of the Escazú Agreement, and that this be considered in the next meeting of the Conference of the Party in recognition of all the support that we've been shown. Thank you.
Gracias, México. Argentina.
Thank you, Mexico. Argentina has the floor. Yes, and the consensus of Argentina, the comments of Mexico, and now with the new proposal, I would like to reaffirm this expression of support. in finding consensus. It's important in this decision, it is important that it be approved as long as it is terminology that has international approval and consensus. Thank you.
Gracias, Argentina. Uruguay tiene la palabra.
Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you, Chair.
Queremos Uruguay.
In the case of Argentina, Uruguay would like to approve the convention made by Mexico, only with the modification of including other mechanisms to continue to support this cross-cutting plan and incorporate it into the Escazú agreement. Thank you, Uruguay. I have a request in the previous row.
Gracias, mi nombre es Claudia Torres de Lima, del Instituto Raúl Wallenberg. Y en relación a los estándares internacionales,
It is important to highlight the United Nations in 2023. There's a resolution that specifically talks about the need of the defenders of human rights in the independence, specialized knowledge, and it is paragraph 20 with regard to other intervention related to the rights of the children and the youth. It would be important to highlight the general observation of the Committee of the Convention of Children that specifically talks about this, specifies that the children's defenders of human rights as agents of change have made historical contributions to protection to the environment. This is agreed upon internationally, and according to these standards, it would really facilitate the implementation of Article 9. Thank you very much. We do not have any more participations, and from the Secretariat, we will try to read the text of the resolution, and then we return and thus be able to present it back to you.
Enseguida la Secretaría
Secretariat will be reading the changes that we will be proposing to the express text. Mexico, I have a question. Your proposal for the general recommendation number 39, we have some issues to include it. As it is a recommendation, maybe we can leave it out and thus solve the consensus that way. Yes, no problem. It was just to, yes, we understand the difficulties, so no problem. Thank you, Mexico. Thank you for your flexibility. Secretariat has the floor to mention the changes presented. third paragraph preamble suggested by Mexico and supported by most of the delegations is the third paragraph that reads like this. Considering the Convention on the Elimination of All Sorts of Discrimination Against Women, the Inter-American Convention to Prevent, Sanction, and Eradicate Violence Against Women, the Convention Belém do Pará, and the treaties that are guaranteeing exercise to human rights and the freedom and equal conditions, and then it continues, meaning that it incorporates after the Convention on the Elimination of All Sorts of Discrimination, the Inter-American Convention for Violence Against Women, and it is Belém do Pará that all countries are supporting. Mexico has accepted, and maybe we can include it in the report, all the recommendations. And later on, we would have in paragraph 2, number 2, it promotes the parties to have women participate in all this diversity, including indigenous women, and the incorporation of the gender equality perspective in the application of the agreement. And there is a last paragraph 6 bis, which would be 7. And 7 would be for 8. We understand the Secretariat is requested to create, supported by UN Women and other groups of United Nations, to create a guide for the mainstreaming of the gender perspective in the Escazú Agreement, and that it should be presented in the next COP. What was mentioned by Bolivia, as it is not a term that is agreed upon, maybe it can be included in the report. The recommendation is by other delegations that this is not agreed upon yet. Thank you to the Secretariat. If there are comments on what was presented by or exposed by the Secretariat, please refer to it right now. Otherwise, we will adopt decisions on the decision project for gender mainstreaming proposed originally to the room with the modifications already read by the Secretariat. I do not see any requests. It is decided.
Gracias a todos.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you all, men and women.
Por último, consideraremos el proyecto de
Now we will also consider the project for the decision making of the next or following conference of the parties. This is a resolution that seems to be just any other definition, but it has an important practical context. The text is very similar to the one adopted in the first conference of the parties. It is proposed that the following ordinary meeting will be held tentatively between 22nd and 24th April 2026, and the parties are invited to express your interest. If there is no offer received, then the meeting will be held in exactly this very same place, ECLAC in Santiago, Chile. Now it is open to your comments. The decision project that was distributed and it is available in the webpage of the conference. That is the number 2400326.
No habiendo ninguna solicitud,
As there are no requests,
queda manifestado el consenso y así
the consensus is approved.
Muchas gracias a todos.
Thank you very much. And please write down that date. Save the date.
A continuación los invito a retomar el punto 1
Let us go back to point 1 of the approved agenda on the organizational aspects, in this case related to the election of the presiding officers of the agreement. As you well know, the original mandate of the presiding officers chosen in the very first meeting of the Conference of the Parties ends when ending this meeting of the conference. The reason why I have to present to you and to the consideration of all delegations the election of the participants of the presiding. I would like to share with all of you what I believe is the feeling of the current members of the presiding officers who have been honored by this assembly in participating with this group that is trying to protect the decision-making process and to be able to fulfill the decisions of this conference. It is a period of time under which the agreement in its initial stages has had to be implemented, from the establishment of the rules, the integration of its organizations, up to the wonderful approval of the Plan of Defenders and the gender mainstreaming resolution. Therefore, I will open the floor to hear your opinions on how we should continue in terms of the integration of the presiding officers from here on. I see that there's a request by St. Vincent and Grenadines.
We All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We in St. Vincent and the Grenadines would like to express our unwavering support for the re-election of the current presiding officers. We believe that they have been instrumental in the guiding of the agreement thus far, and their continued tenure would ensure stability and continuity in our collective efforts to address the protection of human rights defenders in environmental matters. So please consider this statement as our official endorsement for the re-election of the current presiding officers. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, San Vicente y las Granadinas.
Thank you very much, St. Vincent and Grenadines. No more comments? I understand that then that there is a consensus in terms of renewing the current presiding officers for a new period of 2 years until the end of the 4th meeting of the Conference of the Parties, to be held, as we already decided, in the year 2026. As there is a consensus, it has been approved.
Perfecto.
Primero la foto y luego
Deberíamos pasar a considerar
We should now take into consideration point 6, the approved agenda. But we have been so efficient. We have been such good kids and girls, boys and girls, youth, not as young. I believe then that we can decide that we have to go to coffee break. Nobody move.
dicho que
Remember, we had said that before coffee, we were going to meet right here, close to the public, for the official photograph. So let's all move over in that direction so that our photographer may take this shot.
vamos a pasar a la parte final de la sesión de hoy.
Let's begin with today's final session.
Los invito entonces a considerar
I'd like to invite you to consider item 6 approved. That is other matters, so that we can start to look at the financial report by the Secretariat and other matters that the parties could wish to submit to the conference's interest at this point. Yes, we hadn't wanted to begin with the financial report in order not to bias or offer bias to the deliberations, but as established in the rules of the Conference of the Parties, we need to inform on the financial aspects and especially on the voluntary contributions fund, especially to support the implementation and operation of the treaty or agreement. To date, we've had two contributions from the government of Mexico and the government of Chile. The total sum of both contributions is $162,884. Those contributions were carried out in January last year, and in August, Mexico was the first delegation to do so, and of course, some delegations contribute or have contributed in other ways on the organization. For example, Argentina organized the Extraordinary Assembly, which has a high cost. And Chile, for example, also paid for the first day's reception. But the Voluntary Contributions Fund, as you will see, barely covers the organization of one Conference of the Parties meeting, and we've already held one, and we've carried out 2 fora for defenders and many other meetings. What I'd like to say with this is that until now, there's been a significant contribution by ECLAC and also by other organizations that have contributed to the fora. In the last forum of the World Bank, UN Women, the UNDP, UNEP, and the High Commissioner's Office all have contributed to the organization, but without those, it would have been impossible to organize all those activities. Of course, ECLAC has obtained funding to support the implementation, and that's why we've been able to support several member states in their national implementation plans. But the reality of the agreement is that there's only been those 2 contributions, and it is not sufficient to organize a single Conference of the Parties as the ones we are holding now, and to facilitate the participation of all stakeholders. So ECLAC continues to work on supporting the agreement. The agreement is strongly dependent on the UN Sustainable Development and Human Settlements Division, which I lead, and ECLAC also has other areas that support it, such as conferences, etc., but it's a collaborative effort. So it is of voluntary nature. I'd also like to stress the fact that other stakeholders are supporting with resources that do not pass through ECLAC. And ECLAC has the idea of some other projects that have to do with regular activities of ECLAC, but we are a specific division. There's some development aspects that have clear synergies with the Escazú agreement. So, for example, we support the SCIA, and that is with specific cooperation from the German cooperation, and they're not necessarily as part of the core of ECLAC, but we also have the French cooperation. So all these contributions are normally conditioned to certain countries or certain activities because they are specific projects that go through ECLAC. Same thing with the UN system projects. So in practice, to conclude, it's important that we must continue to fund this voluntary fund because it is necessary for our activities and to comply with the activities of these fora. Without that, it's very difficult to carry out some of these activities.
These are all very special funds, and the Escazú agreement needs minimum structural funds, and this is what these voluntary funds are for. The invitation then is that as long as there is a possibility to contribute to the funds, this fund is where the resources are added and they're adapted for the emergencies, and of course we will add them to other resources. So that is for the report, and hopefully for the next ordinary meeting, we will have more resources for the voluntary contributions. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Secretariat. Are there any comments on this point, the financial report? I then invite the delegations that are interested in presenting other matters to do it at this time. Delegation from Brazil has the floor, and then Bolivia. Hello, good afternoon all. I am here to, first of all, congratulate the members of the presiding officers, the delegate of the state parties, signatories, representatives of the public, and I would like to greet everybody. I want to thank you for the opportunity to briefly speak about what Brazil has done in the Escazú agreement. As you all know, our position in the status of the ratification and those topics that were discussed here. I first would like to repeat what the ambassador expressed in his presentation in the special day for the Mother Day. The pillars are always reinforcing those appreciated elements appreciated by the government and the civil society. So it is for these reasons that we are committed to the domestic activities, to access to justice, participation of the public, the defenders of the human rights. And we understand that the voices of the civil society on the urgency of the agreement, this becomes a very important tool in protecting the environment. And for those that are risking their lives in its defense. So when acknowledging human rights, we have subject to the chair a number of reasons that are in from the interministry between Human Rights Ministry, women, and indigenous people. It is our commitment to the environment that really we're very strong in COP3. For example, we created the workforce for climate to discuss economic and financial issues when considering climate change with representatives of countries, international organizations, financial and technical ones, as in the case of ECLAC. For four of the meetings, we really hope to set the path to reach the goal of limiting the increase of the temperature of 1 degree that was agreed on in Paris. We all know about the importance of financial resources to be able to reach this goal. And I would like to report that the agreement is in our National Congress nowadays, where the parliament members expressed a favorable position to this ratification. We are expecting the deliberation in the Committee of Foreign Affairs, National Defense of the deputies. And this will mean that we will be a comprehensive part of the agreement. We really hope to do this as fast as possible. And something that is very important for us is even though we are signatory states, we would appreciate or we believe that we have participated in the COPs or pre-COPs even as observers, but we would like to indicate a focal point with a relationship of ECLAC, and we would like to know if this is possible to include it in the report. And thank you very much. And sorry for this long presentation, but because we took so much time to talk about the ratification. Thank you, Brazil.
Ciertamente teníamos expectativa por su.
We were certainly quite expectant about your presentation, and we're very happy to hear the presentation of the signatory country. We hope that as others, you can become part of this as soon as possible. Now, with regard to your consultation about being a focal point, of course, this will be included in the report, your request. And I would like to remind the signatory countries or other countries that might be observers that the practice of a national focal point allocation comes from the negotiation. And once the agreement is enforced, then we continue with that very same practice. What today's resolution has done, as you heard, it was to explicit code organize that procedure so that there are no questions, so that it is all uniform and will facilitate activities from one side or the other. But what we are doing basically is to continue with existing practices. So thank you very much again. The delegation of Bolivia. Thank you very much, Chairman. The plurinational state of Bolivia ratifies its proposal, the one presented in the consultation process, that it is open in 1/3 to improve the rules of composition and functioning of the CSIC. With the creation of a regional committee of implementation of the Escazú agreement, we repeat our non-agreement with the report of the chairman and the secretariat, and with the arbitrary closing of this process of consultation without any conclusions or results. The Bolivian proposal of the Regional Committee of the implementation of the Escazú Agreement was sent in response to the consultation and ratified by our delegation in pre-COP. It is in this COP3 of the Escazú Agreement. Therefore, we are expressing that the implementation of the Escazú Agreement still requires an effective application of the good faith principles, transparency, and more dialogue. The Escazú agreement should not become just a transmission belt of new environmental colonialism. Original people that are inherited ancestral and millenary cultures of the territories of the Abiala cannot be excluded of the mechanisms of the decision-making process of the Escazú agreement. This is something that, as a plurinational state of Bolivia, we cannot allow under any circumstance. Bolivia repeats the importance of establishing a new subsidiary organization called Regional Committee for the ratification of the Escazú agreement, to adapt the institutional element that will allow for the proper implementation and of course, preventing the indigenous people, which are excluded of these mechanisms of the decision-making process. Bolivia requests to continue with this discussion and the incorporation of a specific point in the agenda in the following COP agreement. Bolivia repeats its position presented in the very first COP of the Escazú agreement in 2022 with regard to the rules of composition and functioning of the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance are more than just the scope of the Escazú agreement. Every time that this committee is established as a superstate mechanism and considering those faculties that are jurisdictional and are far more than the consultative activities, these should be considered under a format of a treaty that is to be ratified by the states. Likewise, we are expressing our non-agreement with the work notes that are self-approved by this committee, in the sense that this should not be self-regulated every time that that is a faculty of the state parties. Chairman, Bolivia will be sending to your chairmanship and the technical secretariat these considerations in writing for the dissemination between the parties, the public, and the indigenous people that will allow for the continuity and treatment of these topics in the future sessions of the Conference of the Parties in such a way that the implementation is to be corrected from a very deep anti-colonial and anti-imperialist element, respecting sovereignty of countries and respecting the rights of participation of indigenous people and original people as those that are inheriting ancestral cultures, as well as all of the children of Mother Earth. Bolivia requests that this intervention be included in the registry of the COP.
Gracias, Bolivia. ¿Algún
Thank you, Bolivia. Are there any other participations? Guyana?
A very good afternoon. Greetings from Guyana, His Excellency President Dr. Ifan Ali, Vice President Dr. Bagdio, and Kamraj Parsram, Head of the Environmental Protection Agency and National Focal Point for the Escazú Agreement. I am Joel Ali, Head of the Communications Department of the EPA, and with me is Ms. Frances Carroll, Head of the Legal Officer, of course, the Legal Department of the EPA. I must extend appreciation to the Secretariat, the Republic of Chile, and everyone who played an instrumental part in the success of this, of course, meeting. Indeed, the President, Vice President, and Head of the EPA thought it of the utmost importance that Guyana be represented at this conference in order to further advance the implementation of the Escazú Agreement. Even prior to the ratification of the agreement in the year 2019, Guyana established its dedication to ensuring inclusivity, transparency, participation, access to information, and access to justice in environmental matters. These goals and values have been stated in our Constitution, the Environmental Protection Act, the Freedom of Information Act, and the Judicial Review and other related laws, and now the Escazú Agreement. In the months following the last conference of the parties, as a country, we commenced a process to examine our laws to ascertain the gaps, if any, between what is provided by the extensive framework and what is required under the agreement. Concurrently, we also continue to adopt and implement as far as practicable appropriate measures, administrative, regulatory, and otherwise to advance the implementation of the agreement. In this regard, we celebrate our achievement and recognize where there is more work to be done and endeavor to work towards fulfilling our obligations in achieving the intent and objectives of the agreement. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Guyana. ¿Otras intervenciones? Santa Lucía, Kate tiene la palabra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you recall at the second conference of parties in Buenos Aires, Argentina, I raised the possibility of putting on the agenda the formation of an organization called Friends of Escazú, which would perhaps take the form of an independent expert group to further international cooperation and advice and solidarity. It would be different, obviously, from the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance, as well as the elected representatives of the public. It would essentially consist of research institutions, academia, and independent experts who could assist the Escazú Agreement along the way. And I know that there are a number of persons who are interested, but they don't fit in the elected representatives group, nor do they fit in the Committee to Support Implementation and Compliance. So I'm wondering if the Secretariat would be minded to have this put on the agenda, and it could be something that could be considered. I thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Kate.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, St. Lucia. Ecuador, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. I wanted to insist on the need to continue strengthening environmental information, which is the basic information that is needed to follow Escazú, taking advantages of all the tools that we have at hand. And there are some UN agencies that may be available to help strengthen the pillars of that agreement. So I'd like to take up the word and create a single tool, a single way to upload everything having to do with Articles 5 and 6 on the management of information. We have a lot to consider, I believe, but this would allow us to watch out for the human resources, different agendas that have to do with soil quality and others. And this is all necessary to monitor and thus ensure that everyone in the citizenship will know what's happening in the country, thus ensuring free access to information. Thank you, Ecuador. Chile? Thank you, Chairperson. We would like to highlight the fact that, at least for our country, the effective implementation of the Escazú agreement at national level is indeed a priority. Our actions, at least in the near future, should try to support this information, to support the information the state parties to the agreement. I do understand about the spirit that is behind many of the proposals here placed, but still it is necessary to consider the necessary financing to push ahead these proposals. Proposals that require not only financial resources, but also human resources that are also scarce in our countries and also within the agencies that support us. So I think that we'd have to try to mainstream our efforts in order to have effective implementation of Escazú. Once we've gone over that, we can look at the options to perfect all of this. We also have to give time for the support committee to do what they have to do to bring us the ideas that they may have, and in other words, for the functioning. And we also would like to have the agenda for the next COP meeting with topics that will indeed follow and support the implementation. Thank you, Chile. I don't see any other request for the floor. The Secretariat has informed that the Bolivians' request, as well as the proposals from other delegations, are going to be part of the report as requested. Very well. That means that we are have finished with other matters. Item 6 of the provisional agenda. So we now proceed to the closing ceremony. I invite two persons. I have Joara from Brazil, and Anix de Pablo. Are you present, Madam Joara and Mr. Anix?
¿Hay una solicitud?
There was a hand up earlier.
Sí, ya le habíamos dado la palabra, ¿no? Pero vamos a darle la palabra. Sí. Por favor, le pido que sea...
I thought we had already granted you the floor, but we will give you the floor, but please be brief.
Simplemente, rápidamente, en términos de
Very quickly, in talking about the relationship of Latin America and the Caribbean with other regions, let me say that in 2001, we heard explicit a promise of some parliaments to support the Escazú and to meet the commitments. So in talking about Kate's words and the idea of Friends of Escazú to facilitate the relation of Latin America with the Caribbean, that would be something specific and positive. I wanted to insist also in Global Gateway, which is the cooperation between Latin America and the Caribbean, that holds more than $40 billion that have been committed to that cooperation in terms of sustainable development. So we could start thinking of how, from the indigenous people, from Latin America, from local communities, we can get that collaboration to come true. Thank you. Thank you. I also would like to invite to the presiding table the delegate from St. Lucia. Kate, please, can you come forward and join us? Fernanda from Mexico. Corina from Argentina. And you just have to move a few meters up. Morin is already seated. Well, why don't you come forward? Please come closer, Morin. I would like to set up the authorities for the closing ceremony with the delegations of countries and with those of you who have actively participated amongst the presiding officers and who have also been being re-elected. That means you will continue to participate in these activities. Very well, we will now close the third meeting of the Conference of the Parties. It reads, says that the Secretariat tells me that I have to declare the closing of the ceremony. We invite Joana Marquesi, elected representative from the public from Brazil, for some closing remarks. You have the floor, Joana. Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. I'd like to take advantage of this occasion to talk about the day's work during this week and also during the life of Escazú. We know that it has been set by empathy and recognition. So I'd like to talk a little bit about the past. We heard here in this room about the approval of Escazú, and it recalled when we were preparing and drafting Article number 9 that was already with the presence of the public. So there was a good interaction between the public and the countries, giving rise to what is known as the first agreement, specifically in working for the protection of the defenders of the environment. So we are well known nowadays. I also wanted to talk about the present. Let me remind you that since COP number 1, we've been working on an action plan. We have supported and we have participated in all places and corners in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I know corners is a word that the Argentinians appreciate. And we have also made consultations in many, many places. We have spread the news of everything that we're doing to get Latin America and the Caribbean to work together. And here I would like to mention the region as it is, Latin America and the Caribbean. That is why I'm looking at Nicole as a reference in the group of representatives. I also would like to recognize the efforts conducted by the working group as led by Chile, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Ecuador in making the proposal of the plan for the defenders and all of the consultation that took place. We know that it's a difficult process. It has a lot of feedback, but we have held two fora of defenders. Still, a lot has to be done, but we are making progress. We must recognize that we have a good action plan, and this in turn will allow us to change the future of the region. And here I get to the future. Let me say I'm a little anxious about what the future will bring because of my personal situation, but we do want to know more about the future. And I'd like to highlight 5 elements, a future set by the implementation of Escazú. The first comment has to do with the action plan, counting on the support of the public for the implementation of that agreement so as to have the desired effects, creation of data, strengthening participation mechanisms, and also involving the public with all its diversity. The future also goes through the committee, and here we insist on our support to the committee and its independence. We also highlight the fact that there are participation modalities that were prepared with comments from the parties, from the public, and other international organizations. We do hope that the committee will uh, do an excellent job, and we are certainly at your service for support. Thirdly, national plans. I congratulate those who prepared the plan, and I have one of those right next to me, and we invite all countries to do so. Fourthly, mainstreaming gender. This is a big accomplishment from this COP. I congratulate all of you who have worked for that, and the tremendous recognition for women, all of us, women in all of our diversities and with all of our own features in defending the environment. And finally, I would like to comment about the implementation. Right now, in talking about implementation, let us not forget the countries who still are not part of Escazú. We'd like to congratulate Dominica for being the 16th country to be a member of Escazú. We are hopeful and anxious to get other countries to join us. And I'm looking at one of them, but I won't mention that country. And we are also on the watch out for what is going to happen in Colombia. And let's hope that Colombia will soon be another country. We know that this is going to be a very important week for Colombia. We also know that there is a big challenge in other places of the region. Here I have Cesar and Irene and my colleagues who are carefully working for new members from Central America will join us. And finally, talking about the representatives from the public, we are indeed definitely going to continue to work to show the voices of the public. Let me say that we recognize our differences. We are very aware that we have differences, but we see it as a strength and not as a weakness. We are open to continue on this dialogue, to work together with all of you. I would also like to say that the value of Escazú are people, people who are behind Escazú. And let's hope that the next time we meet, we will have another leader on the way.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Joara. I would now like to ask the representatives of the public to help me invite Irene to come forward as well, because I was a bit confused because the public was sitting here already. But if we ask Irene to join the closing panel, I think Irene, yes, she must be there. This, don't tell me that this is not a gender approach. I'm a minority. We're going to continue with this closing ceremony and now recognize Anix de Pablo. She is an indigenous leader. She comes from Guatemala, It is a pleasure. Please, the floor is yours.
Reciban cordiales saludos.
Receive our cordial greetings in my Jacobal language. And well, I've already been introduced. I'm Mayajon Jabal from Guatemala, located in the northwest of the country. Well, on the one hand, I will begin my intervention thanking and recognizing the goodwill of Deputy Mariela Mercedes Monzon, who was at the start of this event, because that shows the commitment in this sense. Commitment and surely the challenge of positioning the Escazú Agreement in the legislative branch. I also would ask the team, the official representative of the President of Guatemala, to bring this message of a request to Guatemala for the ratification of this agreement. Definitely, there are still many challenges. Nevertheless, it will be up to the President of our country to schedule and resume this agreement together with the actors that should be involved to ensure many things, so many things under the agreement. For this, it is necessary to follow all the technical and political procedures for negotiation and due approval and ratification. And also, as you have seen in the unfolding of this COP3, we also demand inclusion of elements and mechanisms to ensure the participation of indigenous people, because we suffer the greatest persecution, attacks, murders as defenders of human rights and the environment as well. Considering that Guatemala, my country, is one of the countries with the worst conditions for the defenders of human rights. Proof of this is that in 2002, the High Commissioner for Human Rights of the UN regarding the situation of human rights in Guatemala presented to the Council of Human Rights in its 49th period of sessions that undocumented cases of attacks and reprisals against defenders of human rights, journalists, justice workers, including the undue use of criminal law against those who played a relevant role in cases related to corruption and violation of human rights. As I said, my country, well, the conditions are not there. In my territory, as I said, I come from the Anjo Agateco people. Only in my territory, there are close to 400 cases of criminalization. And last week, one of the leaders, the defenders of human rights of our territory, was put in jail. And since 2016, there was an order for capture. Just to give you some concrete cases of criminalization and persecution. Moving on to the closure of this COP, I greet and welcome the approval of the action plan on the defenders of human rights and environmental matters in Latin America and the Caribbean at this COP3, as well as I also welcome the presentation of the various paths or plans for implementation that the States Party presented. Before this, I make a few calls. First, to the countries that have not yet ratified the agreement, and as I said at the start, especially my country, Guatemala, ratify it. Ratify the agreement. We know that the aim is to ensure the full and effective implementation of the right to environmental matters, decision making and access to justice in environmental matters, and also the states party to this agreement, that is, through the representation of those in this room, to create and mainstream the mechanisms for full and effective participation of the defenders of the environment in the paths or plans presented here, to assign the necessary resources to ensure this participation, but also design the regular assessment processes of these plans within the function of political cooperation to accompany and affect other states that have not yet ratified the agreement, precisely so that they may do so. The private actors to identify the benefits obtained with the approval of this agreement. Above all, the guarantee that communities should effectively take part and avoid subsequent conflicts, wear down acts or procedures to the detriment of the defenders of human rights and the environment. The international agencies to continue contributing in the interagency cooperation. In fact, at this COP, we saw some important elements. I took note of them, some messages, key messages for everyone, such as, for example, protection of the environment is an act of shared responsibility, a key message for all countries and states. Women defend their territory. And so I welcome this last decision adopted at the COP, the gender mainstreaming. And likewise, to conduct a diagnosis to learn of the situation experienced by the defenders of human rights, but that those diagnoses should also include elements that reflect desegregated data with regard to indigenous people and also women. To the representatives of the public, although they did speak of several elements in favor of youth, women, local communities, indigenous people, and Afro-descendants, well, may they continue to put on the table these proposals gathered from the various local, national, international activities, considering that it is the only mechanism for participation, as its name says, for the whole public, and that one of the outcomes of incidents is precisely putting forward the clear mechanism for participation of vulnerable groups and people. And lastly, it will continue to be a challenge to ensure the participation of indigenous and Afro-descendants and women people. For this, it is necessary to bear in mind in this agreement, as well as other international commitments, the international standards related to ensure the full participation of indigenous people, women, youth, as stipulated in the UN Charter on the UN on the Rights of Indigenous People, Convention 169 of the ILO, the International Compact on Civil and Political Rights, the International Compact on Economic and Social Rights, as well as the adoption of the different recommendations and opinions of the mechanism for protection of the rights of indigenous people and women. And lastly, as you have realized, in all spaces, we try to participate as indigenous people. Surely the indigenous people and women will continue to shout in the streets. We will continue to block the streets, I'm sure. but we will also continue to train to put forward topics to respect the rights of indigenous people in the various mechanisms and spaces for participation, because each progress made, each instrument or tool approved internationally has been the result of the fight of indigenous people and women. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. To continue, I will say that the Director of Sustainable Development and Settlements of ECLAC, known as Carlos. Thank you, Marcelo. It is difficult to say something after the intervention or two previous interventions. But however, I will issue a few comments. The first, when one comes to a COP of Escazú, at least we are to celebrate one thing, which is the birthday here. Starting from there, there's a long working process of many people, most of them are in this room, and many others that are in their respective countries, to get here and have something positive to continue to advance in the region. There's always a lot of uncertainty. I will also speak about economic data dealing with uncertainty. In truth, COP, we are finishing now, has had results that are very difficult to anticipate because of the quantity of material that we had to discuss. Because to meet after such a long time, though we've worked virtually, and there's a lot of contingency in the region and different countries of the region, and always there will be modifications, I think the result of COP is good. It is also marvelous because we have a new state participating that was not anticipated. There's been work to have our friends of Dominicana should deposit their instrument, and I will make an inference. When our joint executive secretary was reading the speech that was marked in yellow, and I had to give him a message. You cannot say it if it is not to pass, and this must be reported by the office at the headquarters. A couple of minutes before he knew it, the communication came in from the Secretariat, that from the headquarters, that everything had been deposited. So there's been a lot of uncertainty. Many of the things of this conference of the parties. The agreement of Escazú and COP is a road that we are building together. It started before 2012, but the cornerstone, I should say, is the conference of 2012 in Rio, where only 10 countries spoke, and we were not speaking about an international treaty. This has been built from perspectives of many people that are completely different, and where we have actors participating of all the groups that have been mentioned here. We had different countries participating with relationships of different types. They participated in negotiations in indigenous parties of civil society. Women participated, the private sector, the unions, and everyone reached a conclusion that, precisely as Maureen has said, the objective is to protect the environment and protect the rights to do things well. So I would recommend that we should listen to the video of this COP and the words of Maureen, as this is what we need to continue to build together, the road that we have made. I would like to point out some things of the region. We have many people living in poverty.
We have a lot of work to do in this region, and in order to alleviate the population from poverty, we need countries to growth and develop. Growth rate in the region for the recent 10 years are only 0.8, and to take people out of poverty, we need to grow at 4%. But if we grow at 4% under our current development model, we will not be able to reach climate change commitment, and we will have an impact in our biodiversity, our rivers, etc. Now, with the development model, we need to degrow or decrease. We have a 5% points the gap that we need to improve. We need to better invest. We need to generate quality in jobs, and that investment translate into welfare for everybody, and that this welfare reach all the corners of Latin America and the Caribbean. When we add countries, we discussed that we already have 400 million under Escazú. I don't know if you remember during the bargaining processes, we were speaking about the millions. Escazú agreement has a very clear objective, and the purpose is to implement the Escazú rights, which are instrumental rights to do things well. If we need to reduce the gap between the needs to grow at 4% and the not to grow, but to protect the environment and meet the climate change commitment, we need all to move forward in order to change the growth model and make it sustainable. Otherwise, we will continue with our uncertainties. And young people, all the time I'm talking about the uncertainty for the future. We are all friends, we are all allies here. We all want to have welfare that reach all territories. That means to implement Escazú at the territorial level. And for that, we need to develop national implementation plans and move forward with the countries. Not everything will be solved at the COP level as any other international meeting. Remember, because in climate change meeting, there's a lot of agreement, but we need to transform inside countries in order to generate changes. So let me invite you to work at the national level, and ECLAC will be supporting you. At ECLAC, we will work with different economic sectors, where you can read this in the ECLAC documents. But there's one called circular economy. And why I mention it, because we started at the COP in Argentina, one thing, those to give you this land, because you will continue in some meetings, you will be receiving a pencil as a gift. When you can use, you will have a circular economy. We will recover lanyards, and you will be getting a pencil. Let me give my thanks to different people. First of all, thank my team, my closest team, Andrea, Francisca, Rocio, Carla, and Maria Paz, and also ECLAC teams that have been working in Escazú with that, and they have no relationship with Escazú. Even most of us in the ECLAC we are economists. Everybody knows about Escazú, such as the editorial bureau, the natural resources division, our conference services, interpreters, the executive secretariat that makes available all the translation services, security. I'm not going to name all of them, because if I miss one, I will give a free day to the one that I missed. So I want to thank the public and representative of the public. This is a participatory process. I don't need to give your name, so you raise. The representative from the public plays a significant role, because if we all speak at the same time and we do not listen to ourselves and we not prioritize, it will be very difficult to organize and create specific actions. Representative of the public channel through the petitions and everybody from the region, those willing to participate. I also want to thank those who are supporting the process beyond the ECOG. All the United Nations system are working with us. We don't know a lot of things, but in all of them, without them, it will be impossible to implement this agreement. But there are other corporations that other at the national level and through ECLAC foundations such as the Ford Foundation are also supporting us. To all of them, my sincere thanks. Also, I want to thank the parties that have been keys to organize this conference, because this is a conference of the parties. Everything that is decided herein is decided by parties, because the full name is Conference of the Parties. Without them, there will be no Escazú agreement without their decision. So I really appreciate and thank them, and I really excuse. I'm sorry for any problems that we have had in this secretariat, and I thanks to the presiding officers, we have worked intensively to prepare this conference and the preliminary conference also. It has been a pleasure to work with them. Beyond those fantastic people sitting around the table, there's a lot of people and other in every country that have been working with us and for us. Also, Marcelo and Irene, who is representing the public in the presiding officer's table. I want to thank the committee, but I will thank tomorrow personally the committee during our tomorrow session. But I want to send a message to our executive secretary, Jose Manuel Salazar. As you maybe you do not know, the regional commissions, the regional ECLAC is the Latin American and Caribbean Economic Commission. The chair is rotatory, and now it's CEPAL from Latin America will held, and he is representing the 5 economic commissions in New York. And that also he is sending a very warm greetings to you, and he will be participating in some of our activities that we are arranging for tomorrow. So I want to invite you to come back to ECLAC. You need to think CEPAL is not only, ECLAC is not only Escazú, we do a lot of other things. You are always welcome to our home, and I wish we meet together in next days and months and working for Escazú.
Thank you very much, Carlos. We'd like to thank the Secretariat, your division, for all the work that you have developed for this conference and that you do on a permanent basis as Secretariat. I think we have reached the end of this 3rd meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Those that have preceded me in the use of the floor clearly said that this meeting has complied with its objective. They have been fulfilled. Sometimes the subject, sometimes the organization of different studies, and sometimes time, sometimes we're missing a video. But truly speaking, we have all seen objectives and concrete objectives for these meetings have been established. Aside from the objectives that we see at the coffee break and at the beginning, that is to talk and share and get to know the different people and carry with you many learnings, we have the objective of getting concrete results that specifically the conference as an organ, as a rector organ of the agreement, must adopt. And we have been able to fulfill each one of them. I don't know if this is efficiency or effectiveness, I don't know how we could call it, but it truly represents what we expected. We have challenges ahead. The challenge that more countries should become party states. The agreement has the characteristic of getting to know from the very beginning the potential capacity of its different members. We have 33 countries that have a vocation to participate of this assembly. So there's a lot of work ahead. So as to invite you, to help you, to strengthen the civil society in those countries, to give rise to a possibility that the different parts of the agreement are understood and the advantages that for the different countries they may have to be a part of an agreement. One might think at the beginning that it establishes standards, that it will establish floors, that it will indicate to us routes that necessarily we will have to walk. And this we do. But also, and I believe that this is very important too, is that this is an environment for dialogue, for discussion, for cooperation, cooperation that oftentimes is horizontal. This is an environment where some learn from others, where the plans for implementation that were closed in Ecuador and Argentina, Uruguay is now looking at them to try and be able to conclude its own. And I say this example because it is true. We've read it oftentimes. And we saw them, and we spoke with Chile to see what it did and how it was developing and how it organized the consultations that took place. This surges because COP exists. Maybe many in our countries already have regulations on the access to information and participation, and that the access to justice should have many years already. But this is not enough. It is necessary to continue this road. For the countries that are a party, that already are a party state, the most important thing, the most concrete thing that we have ahead, and a number of the countries that intervened have already said it, is the national implementation. This is a regional agreement, clearly, and it is a regional agreement that requires and it needs implementation at a national level. When I say national implementation, I'm not speaking about something that is abstract. What I am expressing is from this COP, we will not solve the problem of the river or how residues are managed. From this COP, a process must be born to reach each locality, to reach each community that is the one that has to see the watercourse, that has to manage better waste, and that has to obtain, above all, that the environmental quality and that life of the people should improve. I think that all of this we have been able to develop with transparency, giving everyone the possibility of intervening, of issuing an opinion, that we have followed the rules in this process. We ourselves established the rules, and these are rules that order us and that mainly guarantee. They establish a guarantee that I will be able to propose, and the other person will listen to me and will be able to understand what I am trying to propose. And jointly we will be able to reach an agreement. One, this is a Uruguayan author. Many of you must know him, probably in Buenos Aires. It's a street. Eduardo Couture wrote the commandments, a decalogue of 10 main principles or thoughts for lawyers. Truly, this is applied more than the lawyers, or could be applied more than lawyers. And there is one that expresses, in a summarized way, have faith.
And when you think this was a very religious person, but what he says is, he says, have faith in law and in the rules, because they are what they ensure, or they are so living together in a society. And he says that you also need to have faith in justice, because justice ensures or guarantees that people will honor the law or fulfill the law. Are you just looking at something looks familiar or with Escazú? But also he says, and finally he says, in this commandment or rule, he said, I don't remember the number, have faith in freedom. And he ends by saying something like, and when you are in a conflict, when there is a conflict between the law and the justice and liberty or freedom, above all, you must have faith in freedom. Without freedom, there is no law, there is no justice, there is no peace. Well, we need to be people of faith, at least to really believe that freedom will prevail in the framework of justice and law. Thank you very much. There is no further issues to discuss. The session is closed.
Should I?